All right, lads. I'll give you Blackbeard's honest opinion. You ask me, can this new captain promise you a life of prizes, plunder, and adventure? Aye. For amongst all the gentlemen of fortune sailing these West Indies, he ranks amongst the most clever. There was a time when I thought myself the deadliest scourge of these seas. But this man is a fearsome dog that feeds off trouble and turmoil. I seen him clear the deck of a Spanish galleon like it were nothing. Fighting like a devil, dressed as a man. And he's a canny one. Knows his way round every crag and crevice of these islands. So if it's fortune and adventure you seek, then Captain Edward Kenway's your man. Only, don't meddle in his private affairs. For there's more mystery to that man than even I dare ask.
Hello and welcome to Assassin's Creed Black Flag, going to be starting the final phase of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary with a story focus. Hey there Tech, welcome on in, hope it's going well. For this playthrough, I'm going to be having the music turned off. I'm going to lower the sound effects volume a little bit more. Try it at 3. Turn the sea shanties off, because this story focus is going to be heavily focused on dialogue, including those other aspects here as well, in both the main story, in the past and in the present. And I'm going to be doing the same thing with Freedom Cry, so that's going to be included as well in the playthrough. Going to be providing cutscene analysis, commentary about events and characters, listening to as much dialogue as possible in memories, reading all character database entries, present-day documents, instruments to the first world sticky notes, examining and listening to all present-day content, and there's probably going to be some other stuff as well that I wasn't able to fit in that description that we're going to be focusing on. So without any music in the game, it's going to feel weird because I've never actually played through the game with the music turned off. But for the purposes of focusing on the story, I want the dialogue to take priority over any other sounds, including my own. So I'm definitely going to be pausing the game to respond to chat or make any comments that I need to make. At certain points, the screen will seem to freeze, but that's not any issue. That's simply because I'm pressing the button on the PlayStation that accesses the screenshot mode for the purpose of being able to stop a cutscene at a certain point to then pause it and then actually talk about what just happened in the cutscene. So I'm going to be going through things with a fine-tooth comb. There's some cutscenes that only happen once, and once they've happened, you can't get them to play again. Unless, of course, you start a new game save and get back up to that point again. I'm going to try and catch those as much as possible, because then I could probably reload the save before the cutscene ends and then forget the cutscene again. So there will be certain points where the game will look like it's frozen, the screen, but that's only because I'm pausing the gameplay in the cutscene so I can actually talk about it. So we've turned the volume to 0, sound effects a bit lower, voice is up at 10, and sea shanty's been turned off as well. Spoken language English. Alright, so what I'm going to do is have a look at the HUD. Let's see, breath meter, crew meter, SSI, health, minimap, puppeteer, tutorials. I'll leave all that stuff on, because it doesn't come through in cutscenes anyway. Alright, so delete this save game, start a new game. Actually, we'll go back. I don't think it'll go to this screen now, actually. Yeah, it won't go back to this screen now. I was going to see if that cutscene that plays if you don't press anything would actually play without the music as well. But this is as far back into the menu that I can go. In any case, I'll have to cover that later. This will be story focus. Because I want to listen to all the character dialogue as well. There'll probably be a lot of moments where I just stand there and don't do anything. Alright, let's jump into it.
Hold fast! She's on us! Can you see her? Man the cannons! Our helmsman's dead! Someone take the wheel! Kenway! Take the bloody wheel! Hughes is dead, Kenway! You'll have to steer this bastard! She's foundering! Our helmsman's dead! Someone take the wheel! Kenway! Take the bloody wheel! Hughes is dead, Kenway! You'll have to steer this bastard! Our helmsman's dead! Someone take the wheel! Kenway! Take the bloody wheel! Hughes is dead, Kenway! You'll have to steer this bastard!
Alright, so Tech, you'll try last awake as long as you can, Rod. It's 1:33. Oh, that's definitely fair enough, Tech. There's no worries at all. Edward Kenway. Edward has found himself in a bit of trouble. His only aim is to survive against all odds and all attacks. Reach the ship's wheel. So if we have a look at Progress Tracker, this is in Sequence 1, Memory 1. No optional objectives or anything like that. So we've gotten a lot of dialogue there talking about how the helmsman is dead and that they need someone else to take the wheel, and that a character named Hughes is dead. So I don't know the full name of that person, but Hughes is obviously the previous helmsman who is now dead, and this other dude, who is probably the quartermaster maybe, I'm not too sure, is asking or demanding that Edward take the wheel instead as well. Edward Kenway is played by Matt Ryan, so there's an IMDb for Matt Ryan. And as I go through this game in Phase 6, I'm going to be stopping a lot to talk, so if you don't like people who play games and talk and stop the action. There's going to be a lot of that in this playthrough from start to finish. A lot of analyzing stuff, a lot of stopping and talking about things. So if you want to watch someone just play the game from start to finish without interrupting the flow of gameplay, this playthrough won't be for you. So I'll be doing this throughout the whole game. So we're at the start. It was 1715 that it said Cape Bonavista. I don't know the amount of years that it's been since Edward was speaking to Caroline last and when we see him here. I would assume it's 2 years since he left, maybe, which would put it at 1713. This event right now is taking place in 1715. But later on, as we go through the story, there will be mention of time differences and stuff as well, so it'll probably be revealed in that moment.
She's foundering!
Our helmsman's dead! Someone take the wheel! Ah. Kenway! Take the bloody wheel!
Bulkhead's gone to splinters. Section's crumped.
Fire on those bastards!
Oh, give me some speed. Fire! Making all A's, sir. Fancy a wee swim.
We'll give a good broadside! Ready!
Fire! Incoming fire! That cloud got us square. Trim the yards off the wind. Fire! Fire!
Reload Kenway! We can scuttle her!
Crowd it all on! Working on it!
Load all the shot we have!
Down to the drink!
Give
Tech, do you fancy a wee swim, Rod? Love that dialogue.
The magazine! It's going out!
Douse the flames! Get in there, you mongrel! Oh!
Alright, so the screen is frozen only because I want to talk about something. Okay, so here we have Duncan Walpole jumping aboard the ship that Edward was on. Duncan, of course, was on the other ship, and he was on his way to meet the Templars in Havana. I don't know how far this area is from Havana, but it's quite a distance. And so Duncan Walpole understandably would be pissed off at the fact that the ship that he's on has been waylaid by pirates, because it's obviously going to cause a delay in him getting to Havana, because he's going to betray the assassins. At this point in the story, though, Edward has no idea about assassins or Templars. He doesn't even know that the Templars still exist. Maybe he heard about the Templars out of, some kind of like history that he's heard, because the Templars, obviously, in real life, existed in real history, and the point at which they disbanded is the point in the AC universe where they went underground for quite a while. So Edward has no idea about the assassins, he has no idea about the Templars, he doesn't know the significance of the outfit that Duncan is wearing. As far as he is concerned, it's just some dude who's jumped across the ship, and they both end up getting shipwrecked on the same island, of course, and that's where things will pick up after this cutscene is finished. But at this point, Duncan is on his way to Havana. This whole skirmish happens. He comes across the ship, jumps on board, and then both him and Edward are thrown overboard eventually. And then that leads to them getting washed up on the island. Tech, does the gameplay allow the map in this area? I don't know, to be honest, Tech. I've never actually checked. I've never really had any reason to check the map at this point in the game, really.
Is it dangerous? Edward?
Huh?
Privateering, is it dangerous?
Wouldn't pay so nice if it weren't.
Why not sail with the King's Navy, earn a proper wage, sail under gentlemen?
Sod the Navy's gentlemen. For every shilling I'd earn, the captain gets 600. That's no way to earn a fortune.
We don't need a fortune.
It's not about need, Caroline. I want food that don't make me sick. I want walls that hold back the wind. I want a decent life.
I'm going to pause it there because I want to talk about something, but also I want to put into chat the person who plays Caroline is Luisa Guerrero. May have actually mispronounced that, so sorry about that. But Luisa plays Caroline Scott Kenway, who is Edward's wife. Later in the present day, I'm going to be reading a excerpt from the novelization that talks about Edward and Caroline and their first meeting. So this is the first flashback of many where we see Edward before the events of the main point of the story. He's still with his wife, and he's talking about how it's not about need, it's about want. He wants food that doesn't make him sick, walls that hold back the wind, and he wants a decent life. So, of course, the thing with Edward is in wanting these things, he's obviously prioritizing things that, is natural. It's good to have food that doesn't make you sick. It's good to have walls that hold back the wind. It's good to have some security like that. I mean, who doesn't want to have good food to eat? Unfortunately, not everyone has that opportunity or that access, but having food that doesn't make you sick is definitely a priority, and having like a place to live and all these things. So these things aren't inherently negative or anything that Edward actually wants. However, where they can become negative is how far he's willing to go and put other things aside to actually get that. And he starts to sort of go a bit overboard with that in the sense of he wants to become rich, and that's one of the goals that he has, is become rich. And the thing about that is, in his pursuit to be rich, it means that he wants to live his life the way that he wants, of course, but it also means obviously taking up the life of being a pirate. And the life of being a pirate is all about independence, of course, but it's also about having to survive and do what you can to get the money that you need to get other stuff. And if you can't get that other stuff, you just steal it, kind of thing. So it's all that sort of stuff. Caroline, she just wants to live a life with Edward. She just wants to live with him. In her mind, working at a sort of like a job that is still in the wheelhouse. So it's not like she's telling Edward, no, I want you to be on land. You're only allowed to have a job on land. You have to be like a merchant on land. You have to be like whatever. She still is fine with him being in a profession that is out on the ocean and stuff like that. But in her mind, she wants Edward to just be with her and to not necessarily want to have riches and all that kind of stuff. Caroline strikes me as the person who is one of those people that is very happy with just getting enough. Doesn't need extra stuff, doesn't need all this money and all that kind of stuff. As long as she can live comfortably in a way where she's with Edward and everything's like that, then that's fine. But Edward, obviously wants something greater, and he sees in himself a higher position than just, working under someone else and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's one of the things that people can relate to with Edward. The idea that that there's things that you would rather be doing as a profession, and you'd rather be the one who is making the money, but also in control of things, instead of just being one of the grunt workers, for the rest of your life and all that kind of stuff. So that's how Edward kind of sees it. He's like, he doesn't want to just be under the thumb of someone. He wants to make something of his life. He wants to get to a certain level and all that kind of stuff. And these are the motivations for why he wants to actually go away at sea for so long. And Caroline, doesn't know obviously what's going to lie ahead for both of them moving forward, what's going to happen in the future. But obviously, Edward goes away for a very long time, and unfortunately, and I'm going to be spoiling stuff, of course, going through the game like this, but obviously she ends up dying before Edward can actually see her again, which is quite sad, especially because by the end of the story, Edward has matured so much. And it's a shame that Caroline doesn't get to actually see how much he's changed, because he unfortunately dies before he gets an opportunity to return and all that kind of stuff. I don't know the actual timing of it, but I think Caroline is probably almost finding out that she's pregnant. I think I remember something where they were talking about how she didn't want to reveal that she was pregnant to Edward. So when he later on sees the letter explaining that Caroline's dead and that she has a daughter, Edward is also shocked at her death, but also probably at the fact that he has a daughter, which he didn't know. Didn't even know at all that he had a child. So I would assume that no matter when Caroline found out she was pregnant, she doesn't tell Edward at all. So he doesn't find out until years later that she was pregnant before he left to... at first he's not going to live the life of a pirate, but that ends up happening eventually and all that kind of stuff. So here we have Edward at the start of this flashback sequence where he's talking to Caroline about how he just wants, it's not about need. He wants food that doesn't make him sick, he wants walls that hold back the wind, and he wants a decent life as well.
How long would you be gone with these privateers?
A year, I reckon. 2 at the most.
All right. No more than 2. Promise me.
Now it's very telling there, the response. So Caroline, is willing to give Edward 2 years at the most to follow the pursuit that he wants to follow and see where it goes and if he's able to succeed and all that kind of stuff. And she wants him to promise her. And it's very telling that he doesn't actually promise her. And what's interesting about that is that he very well, a few moments after this flashback ends, he could very well have said to Caroline, I promise. But I think it's more effective dramatically if we don't see him respond at all to that. I mean, we see him respond visually, like the way he looks, but we don't hear him actually promise Caroline that he will be back in 2 years' time. So I think that's more powerful, I guess, to end it that way, instead of actually having him answer. Only Edward is the survivor of the ship that he was on, and only Duncan Walpole is the survivor of the ship that Duncan was on. And Edward is going to get to the beach here and he's going to have a conversation with Duncan. And again, Edward has no idea about assassins or Templars at this point in the story, so there's nothing about the way that Duncan is dressed that tells Edward, this is someone that is an assassin. He's got no concept yet whatsoever of assassins or Templars. And this is a really key thing because it follows a certain logic, and I'm going to get into it when we get to the cutscene. But one of the things that I like about this story is that there's a logical progression and evolution of why certain things happen and what they mean. And there's a certain logic that follows everything from why Edward decides to make certain decisions to what he's wearing and all those sorts of things. Before I continue on, there's a great commentary about this game's story that was released recently. Darby McDevitt, who was the lead writer on Assassin's Creed Black Flag, did a commentary video recently as part of celebrating this game's 10th anniversary, where he goes over a lot of different things, which is a really, really cool video. So I highly recommend people check it out. Here's a link to it. I'm actually going to pin it to the top of chat for a little bit. And he goes into great detail about certain things, and he talks about the moment when Edward takes the gear that Duncan Walpole has, and talks about the importance of it and the logic that follows. And I'm going to go through that cutscene and talk about that aspect too, which is something that I've always enjoyed, is the logic that that is in the writing.
Was it good for you as well?
Havana. I must get to Havana.
Well, I'll just build us another ship, will I?
I can pay you. Isn't that the sound you pirates like best? 100 escudos.
Keep talking.
Will you or won't you?
You don't have that gold on you now, do you?
Bloody fucking pirates!
So I love that line, and the timing of pausing on this screen worked out well, given Edward's expression, because I want to talk about that too. So first things first, the actor who plays Duncan Walpole, on IMDb, when I'm looking for who has played who, what I like to do is use the search function to look up the character's name so that it'll highlight it. But when I do it for Duncan, or if I do it for Walpole, it doesn't come up with anything. So whoever actually plays Duncan Walpole might be listed on an IMDb in terms of like working on the game, but there's no IMDb entry that has Duncan Walpole and the actor's name next to it. So whoever plays Duncan Walpole, he might be credited as just a voice and not specifically Duncan Walpole. That's kind of the frustrating thing with using IMDb as a resource for finding out who has played who. So that's one of the characters that I don't know who plays them, because they're not actually listed as that character in this. Like there's a lot of actors, like there's actor Richard Kent, but he's just credited as additional voices, and that could mean anything. That could mean just some pirate NPC, so there's no actual entry for his character, unfortunately, on IMDb. But yeah, so Duncan, in saying bloody fucking pirates, is obviously very, very frustrated at the fact that Edward is a pirate and doesn't want to straight away say to Duncan, "Yeah, I'll accept whatever you want to give me to get us off this island." Edward is like, do you have that gold on you now? And he's saying it in a funny way, like he's not necessarily at this point antagonistic towards Duncan, even though Duncan did jump aboard the ship and kill one of the crew. But Edward is trying to make light of the things, you know. And so when he actually says that to Duncan, Duncan obviously takes it the very wrong way and quite seriously, and he doesn't see the sense of humor that Edward is trying to basically display in that moment. Whereas, like, you don't have the gold on you now. And this whole interaction, from Edward's side has started from a point of making wisecracks, because the first thing he says when Duncan Walpole actually appears on the shore there is, was it good for you as well? Which is obviously a double entendre talking about, after someone has sex, someone might say, was it as good for you as it was for me, kind of thing. So he opens with that kind of interaction with Duncan, but Duncan doesn't want any of it. And Edward just keeps on doing it, but eventually we'll get to a point where Duncan has had enough of Edward's shit and shoots at him, and then Edward is like, well, fuck you then, fine, we're going to do it this way, are we? But Edward starts out from a point of being very like humorous and all that kind of stuff, asking about it. Is the gold on you right now? But Duncan's obviously not taking it seriously, is not taking it as a lighthearted thing, and he's just like, will you or won't you, and all that kind of stuff. But Edward's reaction here is so funny because I just love the look on his face. There's something about his facial expression that just always has stood out to me in this interaction as well. I can't quite put my finger on what kind of sort of like description you could give his facial expression in that moment, or what it is about it that actually makes it prominent in my mind whenever I play this game. But there's just something about Edward's facial expressions in this next encounter that starts off from this freeze frame where we are now that is really, really cool. Hey there, Mr. Goethe. Paul Hunt starred as Duncan Walpole, a minor antagonist. So let's see, Paul Hunt. Let's have a look on IMDb. Okay, Paul. There's only two Pauls that come up on IMDb. One is Paul Johnston for music recordist and Paul Green for additional crew. And then the other option that comes up when I do a search is Pauline Little. So let's go somewhere else. Paul Hunt, Paul D. Hunt. Okay, Paul D. Hunt, 2013, Christmas for $1. That site only has him with one project from 2013. Okay, so here's a link to his IMDb that I've found. Paul D. Hunt as actor. Scroll down to 2013. Rise the Shadow Warrior, pretty darn funny. Christmas for $1. Yeah, when I look up Paul Hunt, Mr. Goethe, there's no black flag in his IMDb. I'll see if he's got an official website. No, it doesn't look like he does. Paul D. Hunt biography. That's on TV Guide. That doesn't really go into in-depth. Anyway, I'll put Black Flag in the search. Let's have a look. Assassin's Creed Black Flag short film. Duncan Walpole. Oh no, that's not him. That's someone else. Alright, let's more directly search. Who played Duncan Walpole in Black Flag? Only comes up as the short film. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really find anything, Mr. Gote, at all because you are on it. Huh? Anyway, this is distracting me from what I want to do. Alright, so this scene with Edward, with Duncan, Edward has been trying to do a lot of humour and stuff, but Duncan Walpole doesn't want to have any of it.
I'm on to you, Snakesby!
Edward has found himself in a bit of trouble. His only aim is to survive against all odds and all attacks.
Come on, mate. We're off to a bad start. It's 100 leagues or more to Havana. Will you walk that distance?
I'm doing good, thanks, Mr. Gote. Things have been going well. How about yourself?
Posh git. Where's he running to?
I've always loved that line. Of course, I'd have to talk over dialogue.
Come on, mate. We're off to a bad start. It's 100 leagues or more to Havana. Will you walk that distance? Yeah.
For those wondering why there was no synchronization music, for the purposes of this playthrough, which is a story-focused one, I wanted to have the dialogue be more important than the music or the sound effects. So the music's turned off completely, and the sound effects are down to level 3 volume, and the dialogue's up to 10 volume.
Posh git. Where's he running to?
Follow and I'll kill you!
So this is one of the notes that is about the Sage. I'm not going to worry about reading these as I collect them. I'm going to wait until I've actually collected all of them in the game and then go through them. In Phase 4 of celebrating this game's 10th anniversary, which was the... Actually, no, Phase 3, which was the Pirate Focus. I actually read all of these out for that phase, and I'm going to do the same for this phase as well, because it's story relevant. And I better read that database entry too as well, about Duncan Walpole. Because I'll be reading database entries for main characters in this phase. And because part of this story overall in the narrative also includes present day, I'm also going to read the little notes that Abstergo employees have made in the database entries, but only the ones that are relevant to characters and stuff. And while I'm on this train of thought, let's actually go to database and have a look. I'm not worried about ships and all that kind of stuff this time, but I will go into those just to get the exclamation mark off the screen. Okay, people, and we have Caroline Scott. So I definitely want to read her database entry now. Just want to have a look and make sure they've gone through. Okay, so Caroline Scott. I've read, and that's early game. Check for updates later. Caroline Scott, born 1691, died. We'll find out later in the story. It'll put a year there. Daughter of Emmett and Elizabeth Scott, Caroline was born in Bristol, England, to a prosperous family of merchants and civil servants. Given a modest education by her father, she furthered her own studies in her own way, taking time to read as often as her familiar duties allowed. Splitting her time between this and helping her mother manage her father's affairs, she grew into a confident and level-headed woman with more skill and intelligence than her situation allowed her to exercise. Caroline first met Edward Kenway outside the old chalet after the aftermath of a drunken altercation. There's actually a couple of excerpts from the novelization that you can unlock in present day. I'll be covering those as well. She had arrived to fetch one of her servants, and there found Edward escorting the woman from the clutches of one of Bristol's more notorious cads. Thankful for his kindness, Caroline agreed to a second meeting on more equitable terms, hardly thinking a romance possible. The chapters from the book that you can read about are actually about this interaction, this meeting. And yet, against most odds, that is just what happened. Edward and Caroline grew quite close, and soon fell in love, much to the dismay of her father. Emmett Scott had already promised his daughter to the son of a wealthy East India Company executive, and made his displeasure apparent at every turn. But all his noise was to no avail. Caroline and Edward were married in 1712. Hey, Inheritor. How's it been going? Welcome on in. Inheritor, yeah, about Caroline Scott. It's really messed up what happened to her. Quite sad, actually. Yeah, it's very tragic, her story, and the fact that she was willing to go with what Edward wanted for so long, putting things, above her own sort of like well-being and all that kind of stuff, and all the stress and everything, undoubtedly would have added towards why she ends up getting sick and all that kind of stuff, and you can definitely really feel for her character a lot when you actually look into it. Duncan Walpole, born 1679, died 1715. So even though we actually haven't killed him yet, the game is still having his date of death or his year of death appear in the database entry. Second cousin to Robert Walpole, Britain's first Prime Minister. Duncan was raised in relative comfort and ease until his 18th birthday, whereupon he joined the British Royal Navy as a midshipman with dreams of becoming a full officer. His immoderate temper and his impulsiveness, however, stymied a swift ascension, and he grew impatient with his progress. After 3 years, his interest in the Navy had dwindled to nothing. With his heart set on finding a post with the East India Company, he had a chance meeting with a fellow sailor whom he had come to respect and admire, and it was this sailor who introduced Walpole to the Assassin Order and all its teachings. Leery at first, Duncan soon took to this secret order with a fervour and drive that he had not known in the Navy, and as his skills increased, so too did his reputation. But his temper and impulsiveness, coupled with a growing arrogance, were always a liability, and he was known for his frequent clashes with the elders of the British Assassin Order. Still, he was a valuable asset to the order, so much so that in 1714 his mentor asked him to sail for the West Indies, rendezvous with the Brotherhood there, and meet with their mentor R. Tobai. Walpole accepted this position with eagerness and departed within the month. The assassins in England never heard from him again. So this will probably update later, so I'll go back to that when it does. OG, yeah, the guy that only lasted like 5 minutes in screen time in the game. That's true. Yeah, you don't see anything of what his life was like before we first see him and all that kind of stuff. Inheritor and the guy that basically Edward took his clothes from. Exactly, yeah. There's definitely a good reason and logic to why Edward actually did that as well. Edward Kenway, born 1693, Wales, died 1735, England. Edward James Kenway was born on the 10th of March in Swansea, Wales, to Bernard Kenway of Manchester and Lynette Hopkins of nearby Cardiff. By Edward's 10th birthday, his father had moved the family to a small farm just outside Bristol, a nearby port town in the southwest of England. Note: not sure a Welsh leading man would be interesting. Can we do ADR, additional dialogue replacement or recording, to replace his voice? I know a great actor from London who'd be perfect. Speaks in a gravelly RP accent. DM. This relocation had a depressing effect on young Edward's mood. He grew restless from a lack of contact with old friends and struggled to find an outlet for his limitless energy. By his teens, he was spending more and more time in the city away from his farm, where the lure of excitement overrode prudence. By age 16, he had substituted a career as a successful farmer for a life of hopeless tomfoolery, frequently shirking his responsibilities to his family in favor of rough company. In late 1711, at the age of 17, Edward met Caroline Scott, a woman of modest but steady means. Their friendship began cautiously, as Caroline's hand had already been promised to the boorish son of a wealthy East India Company executive. But Edward's charms eventually won out, and he and Caroline were married within a year of their meeting, a union that angered her father and got the whole of Bristol talking. Note: poor handsome chap gets the wealthier beautiful girl. This stuff just writes itself. RL. In the earliest months of their marriage, Edward resolved to do well by his wife and provide for her as he believed a man in his position should. But Edward's grandiose dreams and exaggerated opinion of himself prevented him from taking immediate responsibility for their well-being, and after only a year he had stumbled back into his worst habits, drinking, fighting, and idleness. It was in this dark period that Edward revived an old idea of joining a privateering fleet sailing for the West Indies, with the aim of making war against the Spanish and collecting unchecked sums of gold and cargo. This, he told his wife, was their path to quick riches. Being a sensible and prudent woman, Caroline discouraged these fanciful ideas. Note: is she a harpy? Does she nag him? Are we meant to hate her, or what? Because I certainly don't want us to feel conflicted about Edward's choices. He's the hero. Let's avoid scenes of him drinking or gambling. OG. So OG is Olivia Garneau as well. But yeah, these side sort of like interjections in the database entries are of the Abstergo employee entertainment characters, giving their 2 cents as well. But it brings a good point about that, you know. And the thing is too, like, I personally don't feel that Caroline is a nagging character or anything like that. The things that she talks to Edward about and her desires are definitely all valid as well, you know. So there's nothing that is wrong about what she says to Edward and everything like that. She's not, nagging and all that kind of stuff. So I definitely don't feel she's a character that is one to hate. By the summer of 1712, Caroline understood that her husband's departure was inevitable. She wanted no further part of Edward's reckless plan, and so left him to live with her parents. Stunned by this sudden turn, Edward was determined to earn his fortune fast, and prove himself as capable as he always claimed he was. He left for the West Indies barely 1 month later, where he soon fell in with the privateer Benjamin Hornigold and his quartermaster Ed Thatch. Edward spent the first half of 1713 sailing with these two seasoned sailors on regular sweeps of the Windward Passage, but that year fate threw him another upset. With the signing of the Treaty of Utrecht, all hostile actions between the major empires came to an end, and the prospects of British privateers dried up. Now poor, unemployed, and thousands of miles from home, Edward and his colleagues settled on the island of New Providence in the Bahamas to reconsider their options. These were fanciful days for Edward. He discovered in the small town of Nassau a life quite unlike that which he had left behind. The atmosphere of wild and noisy freedom in this small stateless encampment overwhelmed and captivated him. The drinking, the gaming, the women, the aimless desire to simply live as one pleased, and yet as carefree as he was, his beloved Caroline was never far from his mind. If he could make something of himself in the West Indies, working a sugar plantation perhaps, he might win her back after all this time away. That's okay, Tech. Absolutely no worries at all. That's your deadline. Great in-depth material. You look forward to seeing it when you meet Adewale. You'll watch it on your YouTube if you need to. Good night. That's okay, Tech. Definitely understandable. Thank you for popping in. I really do appreciate it. Would like to highly recommend checking out Amateur Tech's channel, playing through the Tomb Raider series, currently on Tomb Raider Chronicles. We'll also be playing the other main entries in the series, Angel of Darkness, Legend, Anniversary, Underworld, the 2013 reboot, and its two sequels, Rise and Shadow of the Tomb Raider. So highly recommend checking out Tech's channel if you haven't before. And I hope you have a really good sleep, Tech. Thank you again for being here. I hope you have a good one. OG, now what happened to Edward Kenway really was You Don't Know Like You Mean the Way He Died in England. Kind of reminds you haven't finished Assassin's Creed Freedom Cry DLC. Oh yeah, it's a great DLC, Inherit. I really enjoyed that game. But yeah, what happens to Edward in England gets covered, I think, in the Forsaken novel. But it also gets mentioned in Syndicate as well, in some of the unlockable material. Tech, thanks, Rod. Appreciate it. You boys stay safe now. Tips Arthur's hat. No trouble at all, Tech. No trouble at all. Catch you next time, dude. But in absence of true conviction, habit takes hold fast, and it was only a matter of time before Edward set back out to sea with his mates to live the life they knew best. No longer privateers, legal and sanctioned, but as pirates now, with nary a whit of loyalty to kin and country, earning his fortune by the sword and pistol, and praying his end was never too near. Note, if we can remove some of the more unseemly bits of his personality, this is a great backstory. Edward's bound to be a hit. Olivier Garneau. I'm not going to worry about reading people entries about these general types of people in the game, because I've already covered that in the previous phase. This phase is mainly concerned with reading database entries of the main characters, and any other characters that are actually in the story, of course, as well. Oh gee, I mean, he did earn a fortune, he had a big mansion, made a fortune over there. Unfortunately, he didn't live long enough to enjoy it. Yeah, I mean, 1735 was when he died, and I think 1720 was when he left, or something like that after the events of this game, maybe. I'm not too sure off the top of my head, but we'll get there eventually.
We could work together on this.
Keep your distance!
So now, of course, Duncan's had enough of Edward, and now Edward is no longer going to be trying to be comical towards Duncan. Edward's like, well, fuck you then, I'm going to kill you.
A poor final decision.
Alright, before it gets too far into this cutscene, hey there, Jonas. I hope things are going well. Welcome on in. Okay, so let's follow the logic here up until this point. So, Edward and Duncan are on this island. Duncan wants to get to Havana. He asks Edward if he can get him to Havana. He's willing to pay him for it. Edward, being a bit, funny, is like, you don't have that gold on you now, do you, kind of thing. Duncan's not amused. And so he's like, bloody fucking pirates, all that kind of stuff. Duncan runs off. Edward goes after him. Edward is still quite jovial and all that kind of stuff. Wants to work together with Duncan Walpole to get off the island, But Duncan's not having it now and he's just running off. And then eventually Duncan gets sick of Edward chasing after him, and so he tries to kill Edward, but doesn't. And Edward is like, fine then, fuck you, So now both of them are both of them are antagonistic towards the other. Earlier, Edward wasn't so much. Duncan was completely to him. But now Edward is also antagonistic now to Duncan after Duncan tries to shoot him. They're on an island. Edward is in rags. He doesn't have, what you would call an outfit that is going to be like very sustainable and all that kind of stuff. Duncan, however, does. Also keeping in mind, Edward has no idea about the assassins yet. He doesn't even know what an assassin looks like. So to his mind, the clothes that Duncan is wearing are better than what he's wearing currently, which is rags. So the reason why he steals the outfit is to get better clothing right. The logic of the clothing being something that Edward needs then leads to him discovering that in the outfit there's a letter, and there's also like a map, and there's also like a glass cube, right? He would not have found these things if he was already wearing some really good clothes and he had just killed Duncan to get back at him, right? If he was already wearing good clothes, Edward probably would have just killed Duncan and then went on his way. Or even if he had, really good clothes, maybe he would just want to see if he had anything else on him, and would still end up finding that information. So whichever logic path you follow in that sense, whether or not Edward had clothes on that were really good or not, he would still be searching the body of Duncan Walpole afterwards. So the fact that he searches the body is how he finds these extra bits of thing. And so when he reads the letter and the contents of it, that's when he formulates an idea in his mind that, hey, maybe I can pretend to be this guy and actually get whatever money these people who he was going to see are willing to pay and all that kind of stuff. And I was talking earlier about how I love the logic of the writing, and that if you look at the pinned comment up the top of chat, there's a link to a commentary by Darby McDevitt, who is the lead writer on Assassin's Creed Black Flag. He recently did that as part of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary. And he talks about certain moments in the game's story, and this is one of them as well, about finding the letter and all that kind of stuff. So the fact that Edward is wanting to get some better clothes, and the fact that he finds the information inside the outfit and all that, and he doesn't know anything about the Assassins and the Templars, completely makes it a thing where he's not doing this because he's working for the Templars or anything. He's purely and simply doing this because he wants to search the body of Duncan and comes across these things in his outfit. And it's through that logic that it makes sense as to why Edward would want to follow down this path of pretending to be Duncan and all that kind of stuff that follows as well. OG, according to the internet, Edward left to England in 1722. Yeah, so you've got quite a few years then between then and the prologue. The epilogue, after credits scene. So there we have the glass vial that Edward has found, and he's about to read the note that is there as well, which was actually sent to Duncan by Laureano Torres, who is the head of the Templars in this time period and in this region as well, in the Caribbean. So Edward's about to read this letter to get the information and all that kind of stuff. And that's part of the logic of why he ultimately ends up pretending to be Duncan, because of the promises of reward that could potentially come his way instead now that Duncan's dead.
Senor Duncan Walpole, I accept your most generous offer and await your arrival with eagerness. If you truly possess the information we desire, we have the means to reward you handsomely. Though I will not know your face by sight, I believe I can recognize the costume made infamous by your secret order.
Okay, so Torres says something important here, which also ties into the logic of Edward's progression, pretending to be Duncan, and potentially getting any rewards that pretending to be Duncan can actually get. If they already knew what he actually looked like, then Edward turning up pretending to be Duncan would be instantly suspicious. As we see, it's not Torres himself that greets Edward when Edward finally actually shows up. It's actually, he meets Woodes Rogers and Julian Ducasse first. There's a conversation where Woodes Rogers basically says that his wife had actually met Duncan years before. So Woodes Rogers is kind of like Woodes Rogers in that moment isn't suspicious yet, but he's just curious because his wife described Duncan to look a certain way, and Duncan and Edward isn't matching, and all that kind of stuff as well. So the fact that Torres doesn't know what Duncan actually looks like is something that gives Edward the ability to smoothly pretend that he's actually Duncan, with the exception of Woodes Rogers. But Woodes Rogers is sort of like pacified when Edward says, like he sort of, and we'll get to it. The reason I'm bringing it up now is because inevitably when you talk about stuff like this, people start to interject with things that happen later that relate to the thing that you're talking about from a perspective of not thinking you're going to talk about it. But when we actually get to that scene, I will talk about it again. But essentially, Woodes Rogers questions Edward and says, my wife met you years ago, you don't match the description, kind of thing. But maybe she just said that you looked more, that you were devilishly handsome, to stoke my jealousy. So Edward's lucky because Woodes Rogers doesn't actually, notice or know that he's not actually Duncan. So that sort of works in his favor. So anyway, going back to what Torres says, he says, though I will not know your face by sight, I believe I can recognize the costume made infamous by your secret order. So obviously Torres knows what assassins look like. Edward, in reading this letter, he doesn't know, he's got no idea. Like, he doesn't know that Torres is a Templar. He doesn't know that Duncan is an assassin. He doesn't know that, the outfit of an assassin is that. He's got no idea. There's nothing that Edward is doing right now that is motivated by him knowing about the Templars already. And there's no sort of like thing where Edward is like, oh, I don't like assassins, let's work against them. There's none of that because he doesn't know. Like, he literally has no idea at all. It's not until the story progresses that he finds out about the two factions and decides to do what he can for both of them to get whatever he possibly can out of it, because he's just caring about what he can do and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, there's a continuing logic that is happening with this scene. So Edward kills Duncan, takes his outfit because he wants to have better clothes than the one he's wearing. Through the act of looking through his clothes, he finds the vial and the letter, finds out the information that this Torres wants this stuff and that he'll be rewarded. He thinks, oh, cool, maybe I can get rewarded. I'll pretend to be Duncan. And there's all these logical things in the letter of Torres not knowing what Duncan actually looks like, but knowing what an assassin looks like, obviously. And then Woodes Rogers knowing that his wife has met Duncan, and so his wife would know what Duncan really looks like. But he just passes off what she said as if she was just trying to make him jealous by saying that Duncan was actually, a handsome looking guy kind of thing, And then also there's other aspects that come into play where Edward pretending to be Duncan for a bit actually goes unnoticed that he's not actually Duncan for quite a bit. And there's a bit of dialogue that Woodes Rogers says as well to him, where Edward asks if his wife is actually in Havana, because Edward wants to make sure that his wife isn't in Havana so that she can actually tell Woodes Rogers, hey, that doesn't match the person I looked, so there's that as well. But I'll cover all that when we get to it. I just wanted to bring it up now because this logical progression ties into that and all that kind of stuff. Inheritor, you're also kind of curious, what did happen to the Kenway mansion? Because after Edward was killed, Jennifer, his daughter, kept Dimension into her final days, and then who knows what happened. I won't go into it because it's very detailed, and you can find this information out by just going to Google and looking at the wiki. But essentially, there's quite a few different things that have happened with Jennifer and all that kind of stuff that are covered in comic books and stuff like that. Busted, welcome on in. Some random pirate kills rogue assassin. Torres didn't have a good pick, it seems. Yeah, Torres had no idea that this was going to happen, and all that. So it's one of those twists of fate, I guess you could say.
Therefore, come to Havana in haste, and trust that you shall be welcomed as a brother. Su más humilde servidor, el gobernador Laureano Torres y Ayala.
Now, it's funny, too, because Edward picks up the hidden blade, and the hidden blade is damaged. And so he just throws it away, discards it, because he's like, this weapon is useless. So Edward doesn't know about the assassin, so he doesn't know that that's their weapon that they use. So therefore, the fact that it's broken is enough for him to go, fuck it. Instead of being, if he had known about the assassins, he'd be like, oh, cool, this is the weapon of the assassins. Maybe I should keep this because this is part of the assassin outfit, so maybe I should keep it and then get it repaired. No, he doesn't know about the assassins, so he just throws it away instead because it's broken. It's no use to him. Why would a pirate want to keep a weapon that's broken? So he just throws it aside. What's interesting, and W. McDevitt talks about this in his commentary that he did recently to celebrate the game's 10th anniversary, he sort of touches upon stuff like this, but it's interesting too because the parallels between Edward getting the assassin outfit and Ezio getting his assassin outfit. Ezio, when he gets it, he also finds a hidden blade that is actually broken. It's his father's, and his father, in Lineage, the short live-action movie, his hidden blade gets damaged in a scene in that short movie. And so when Ezio gets his father's hidden blade, it's also damaged. And he's also getting the outfit and putting it on. So this is sort of like a bit of a mirroring of Ezio, except it's a very different context. So in this case, you have Edward, who's just a pirate, not an assassin. He doesn't know anything about the assassins. He's finding the hidden blade, which is broken. Ezio's father's hidden blade was broken when he got it. Duncan's hidden blade is broken when Edward gets it. He throws it away instead of keeping it, because Ezio obviously just keeps it because it's his father's. So he's like, this is special. I need to keep it as well. Whereas Edward is like, I don't know anything. What's this weapon? It's broken. Fuck it, throw it away. And then you have Ezio putting on the outfit as well for the first time. And then you have Edward here putting on the outfit. Very different contexts and all that kind of stuff. But there's definitely a lot of different, kind of parallels and stuff like that. And Herod, do you know what's even crazy after that? You're actually reading the life of Edward in England. We could have actually had a game with Edward in England, but instead we got comic books of it. Exactly. Yeah, Ubisoft likes to do that. There's like a manga thing or whatever you call it that covers some new stuff with him after this game as well. It's crazy that, on Ezio was a different time period, than what Edward is. Yeah, so different time periods and stuff, different characters. Mr. Goethe, everyone needs to stop breaking their hidden blades, okay? They really, really do. You got to treat your hidden blade with respect.
Mr. Walpole, let's collect your reward.
And the thing about the writing in this game too is when you look at the logic of stuff, it's one of those things that's important because you need to know why certain things happen in your story and then think about why is the character doing this and what is their reasoning for doing it. So for Edward, his reason for taking on the identity of Duncan is not because he is an assassin himself and knows that Duncan is going to or is betraying the assassins. He doesn't do it because he knows that Duncan's an assassin and doesn't like assassins and wants to kill him, for that fact. So the logic would be, okay, so why would Edward take the outfit then, if he doesn't know anything about the assassins? And the logic is, he would take it because it's much better than what he was wearing. He was wearing rags, Like if you were on an island and there was someone else with you and they had really good clothes and you had shit clothes and they died, would you just not take their clothes and wear it because it's better? I mean, obviously some people might not, but for the purposes of argument, let's say that you are in that circumstance and you do take the outfit. That's a logical reason to take the outfit is because it's better than what you're wearing. So it's the same with Edward. He takes Duncan's outfit because it's better than what he's wearing. And through doing that act, though, that's when he comes across the information that leads him to go, hey, how about if I pretend to be Duncan? So it's a good thing to think about if you're writing characters, you know, what is their motivation, what is their knowledge? Because you as the writer obviously might know what happens at the end and know all the ins and outs and all that kind of stuff. But you still need to think about what would the character at this point in the story be knowing? And you need to base what happens on that. And it's the act of discovery of Edward going through these things that he discovers all these different events and different people. And how the story evolves and all that. And I just really, really like it a lot. I think it's good. And I probably would say that this game's story is something that would be good to study if you want to study writing, but also video game writing as well, because obviously that has a different set of things required, because you're also working with gameplay design as well. And maybe what you write for the story isn't going to match well with the gameplay that the team members working on gameplay actually have in mind. So then you'd have to, you know, make changes and stuff like that. Hey Harbinger, thank you for leaving the lurk. Okay, so I'm going to be meeting Stede Bonnet in a moment. Oh gee, another crazy thing is Ezio, when he was an old man, he kind of got to see what a gun or gunpowder would look like, right? I mean, he had the hidden pistol, which was a new thing for assassins. Yeah, I mean, the history of guns and all that kind of stuff, I don't know the ins and outs of it, so I don't know when the first gun was created and which cultures used it and all that kind of stuff, but as far as Assassin's Creed Revelations goes, Altair is the first one to use the pistol attachment on the hidden blade. And so that's much later in his life, which is definitely past the 1100s and is in the 1200s and stuff. So I don't know if they're saying that he was the one that ultimately came up with guns or whatnot, but certainly by Brotherhood, the use of guns is definitely something that a lot of people have. So I don't know if that's just a gameplay thing, difference or whatnot, but as I said, I'm not a gun historian, so I don't know these things. Here we come to another logical thing with Stede Bonnet, a character we're about to meet. Stede Bonnet, unfortunately, has had his ship waylaid by pirates, I think it was. And so these British soldiers are thinking that he's in cahoots and or mistakes him for a pirate, more so for their perspective. And Edward is going to happen upon this, and he's going to rescue Stede Bonnet, but not because he's someone who looks at Stede and goes, I need to rescue him, he's in trouble. But more like, this guy has a ship. I need a ship. Let's help him out so I can get access to his ship. And the thing is too, like, he doesn't end up doing it, but you wouldn't be surprised, it wouldn't be surprising if Edward's motivation to help Stede was to just help him to make Stede lower his guard and then just take the ship. But at the same time, it's like, well, if he didn't really care for Stede, he wouldn't have cared if he died or not, just that the ship was there. So, I guess it could go either way. But ultimately, Edward doesn't kill Stede, or just steal his ship and leave him stranded. You're going to be playing Odyssey. Sorry, but watching the same game for the 10th time across 3 channels in less than a year doesn't interest you. That's completely fine, Harbinger. I definitely don't think it's unreasonable. to not want to see the same game played over and over again. So no need to be sorry or, even explain yourself. That's completely fine. Thanks for leaving the lurk.
That schooner'll do me just fine.
So Edward just sees that there's a schooner there. He doesn't actually see Stede Bonnet yet. I like the playthroughs. I just think that sometimes you're overdoing it. Well, I wanted to do something special to celebrate this game's 10th anniversary. It's one of my favorite Assassin's Creed games, and I wanted to separate the playthroughs so that I could isolate each one and focus on different things. And that way too, if people don't care for a music-only playthrough, then they don't have to worry about that being part of an overall playthrough where other things have been focused on. So I thought it'd be better to just separate them into different things. But you're definitely fine to not watch any of my content if you want, or anything. I'm not one of those streamers that expects everyone to watch my content all the time. So, I don't mind if you don't want to watch me play this game again. Brutus, you could never be an assassin. Your Fatten would break that branch. Hey there, Brutus. Welcome on in.
Commodore's gone ahead to Kingston. We're to commandeer this lubber's ship and follow.
Sorry, Kingston? No, our destination is Havana. I'm just a merchant.
Quiet, you bleeding pirate. You'll hang for the mess you made out there.
Sir, I had nothing to do with this attack. My crew and I had merely anchored to water and resupply.
Hold it! Stop them! Give me one reason I shouldn't vent your skull.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like! I'll pay you! Anything you like! Oh, God! Oh, God! Take my sugar! Take anything you like! I'll pay you! Anything you like! Oh, God! Oh, God! Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Okay, so Stede Bonnet's dialogue keeps looping over.
I'll pay you! Anything you like!
Inheriting, you're actually reading through this, and apparently there's someone else who can actually be a descendant, supposedly of Edward, which is not going to go into details here. Another descendant of Edward besides Desmond. Yeah, I mean, just like in real life, people have multiple ancestors and descendants and all that kind of stuff. So it's definitely reasonable to assume that there's more than one descendant of Edward. Brutus, you're trying to stay up late so you can get back to your normal sleep schedule. Your last day off is Sunday, is it? Yeah. Well, I really hope that you're able to get your sleep schedule the way that you want it, because sometimes that can be tough.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Stop!
I'll pay you! Anything you like! Oh, God! Oh, God!
I'll enjoy this. Found him! There! Got you lined up, Doug.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
I'll pay you.
I'll pay you! Anything you like!
Anything you like.
Now that's booty.
Alright, we'll get to Stede Bonnet in a moment.
Oh, God! Oh, God! By God's grace, sir, you saved me. A profusion of thanks.
Is that yours?
It is my vessel, yes. But here lies its poor captain, and I have no art for sailing.
I can pilot her myself, no mind.
You don't mean to abscond with my ship, do you?
I'm Duncan. What's your name, friend?
Stede Bonnet.
Well, Mr. Bonnet, let this stay twixt us. But I'm on a secret errand for His Majesty the King, God save him, and I must get to Havana with speed.
Ah, that is a relief, sir. Havana is also my destination. Our ways lie together.
Natural allies, then.
You put me at ease, sir. To think I took you for a pirate when you first appeared.
Did you?
Yes. You have uncommon way of handling yourself. Quick and easy, if I may say. Gave me quite a fright. But all things considered, I think it's turned out to be a rather fortuitous day, hasn't it?
Nice. I was able to pause it on that shot of Stede Bonnet. Okay, so Edward happens upon Stede Bonnet and kills the guards, and then he notices the ship again and puts two and two together that, you know, he's from that ship. And Stede mentions that he's from, you know, that's his ship, but he has no art for sailing. So Edward knows that Stede from that isn't the captain of the ship, doesn't know how to pilot a ship and all that kind of stuff. Edward does have experience with that kind of stuff. But there's a sort of change in Edward's demeanor where he sort of like, a quick idea forms where he's like, maybe I can use this guy to my advantage. So that's when he starts to be a little open to Stede, coming up with some bullshit, of course, but he's opening up to Stede, and Stede thought that he was a pirate, but he's now at ease and all that kind of stuff. So this sort of like smooths things over between him and Edward, so that Edward sees in Stede an opportunity to, you know, get out of this with the ship, but also maybe, you know, he can get something out of Stede maybe down the line as well, you know. And Stede, who thought that Edward was a pirate, is now able to be calm knowing that Edward isn't a pirate. Even though Edward is. Edward knows this. Stede Bonnet doesn't know this. So Edward is just playing up this idea that he's actually, you know, not a pirate for the benefit of Stede. So as far as Stede Bonnet knows, Edward, who he thought was a pirate, isn't actually a pirate, and so now Stede is more at ease with Edward and all that kind of stuff. Now, Stede is an interesting character. He's actually based on someone in real life. A fact that I didn't actually know until probably last year or something, because I always assumed that he was a reference to Guybrush Threepwood from the Monkey Island games, because there's very similar kind of like aspects to Stede's character and Guybrush Threepwood as well. But knowing that Stede Bonnet was actually a real pirate makes me think that it's the other way around, where Guybrush Threepwood was probably partly inspired by the real Stede Bonnet, And so that creates that kind of connection. I don't know for sure if that's the case, but that's just something about Steed that I didn't actually know. I didn't realize until fairly recently, in recent history, that Stede Bonnet was a real pirate. He was known as a gentleman pirate, so he wasn't exactly what you would call a pirate that people feared. In fact, he actually bought his own ship. Like, he didn't steal the ship as a pirate. He just bought one. So he's just like, hello, fellow pirates, I bought my ship. And they'd be like, you bought your ship? What? You're not a true pirate, kind of thing. So Steed is one of those characters that Edward obviously can sense is someone that he can pull the wolves over the eyes of and all that kind of stuff. So I sort of feel sorry for Steed in a way, because Steed genuinely feels like he can trust Edward, but he's being treated by Edward as just another stepping stone to get to where he wants to get to, in order to get potentially money, because of course he's got the letter from Torres that he's found and talking about the reward and all that kind of stuff. So Edward is only thinking about, what can I do? How can I twist things to my advantage to make sure that I'm able to get out of it what I'm hoping to get out of it, and all that kind of stuff. So we sweep up Steed and he becomes part of the story. And he's actually one of my favorite characters in the game. One of the reasons is probably because of my love for the character of Guybrush Threepwood, which, as I said, has a lot of similarities to Stede Bonnet and all that kind of stuff. Hey Striker, welcome on in. Steed looking creepy and sus. Yeah, it's funny, his facial expressions. I was hoping to actually catch one of them, because there's a few different things that he does and says, so it's one of those things. I'm actually glad that I'm playing this on the PlayStation, because pressing the button on the controller to go into screenshot mode actually pauses the game that you're playing. So I thought that'd be really cool to use in this story-focused playthrough, because it allows me to actually pause the cutscene without the scene going to a different menu to do so. And it just keeps an image on screen, so I can actually talk about potentially what the image is or things related to it, and actually have something that I can freeze frame and be like, hey, you know, this is the subject I'm talking about and all that kind of stuff. So let's follow the logic of the story so far. Edward and Duncan are on the island. Edward doesn't know anything about the assassins, so he doesn't look at Duncan and look at his outfit and go, you're an assassin. They both end up on the island. Duncan needs to get to Havana. Edward is sort of like jokingly saying, you know, do you have the gold on you that you're going to pay me to help you? Where's the gold? You have it on you right now, kind of thing. Duncan doesn't like that, so he runs off, and then Edward chases after him. And then Edward is still trying to smooth things over with Duncan, but Duncan doesn't want to have any of it. Duncan shoots at Edward, and then Edward's like, fine then, fuck you. And so they fight. Edward kills him. Logically then, Edward is like, hey, my outfit is pretty crappy. He's got a pretty good looking outfit. How about I steal it off him? So the logic of him needing something better to wear is why he messes with Duncan's outfit in the first place. Through messing with it, he finds the letter and the vial, and the letter describes what Duncan was actually doing. He was actually betraying the assassins, and Torres was expecting him. Torres doesn't know what Edward looks like. So Edward takes all this stuff and logically thinks, I might be able to get some money out of this, so I need to pretend to be this Duncan guy. So he takes the outfit, takes all the gear. He still doesn't know about the assassins and the Templars. So there's that logic there. Torres doesn't know what he looks like, what Duncan looks like. He knows what the outfit looks like, obviously, but he doesn't know what Duncan looks like. So that can help Edward in pretending to be Duncan. And so then he comes across Steed here, and the logic of him needing help to get off the island, and also potentially maybe getting some money out of Steed as well down the line. He wants Steed to be involved, and so he pretends to Steed that he's not a pirate, pretends that he's someone that he's not, and Steed believes him and is calm enough to know that he can trust Edward because he was afraid that he was a pirate. And with all that logic, now Edward is like, okay, let's go and get to your schooner and let's sail out of here. Octa Elliptical, thank you so much for the follow.
Lacking a rowboat, I'm afraid we'll have to swim to my ship.
Hardly the worst thing to happen.
This is difficult. I should have taken the coat off.
I pointed it out in my previous playthrough, but if you look at the colouring of Steed's ship, it actually matches the colouring of the clothing that he has. Or at least parts of his clothing.
Welcome aboard, Duncan. She's a modest schooner, but well suited to my purpose, trafficking cargo from my plantation and such.
She'll do fine. There's a strong wind now. Let's strike to full, shall we?
Haul in the stunsails!
Ah, there's a tug of the wind at my hair. I find a bracing comfort in the feel and smell of the ocean. The raw stink of possibility.
That's a top way of seeing it, mate.
As much sail as you can!
We've really opened it up now, haven't we? Ha ha! Those sailors were quite animated by the idea of pirates roaming these waters. Is it a real danger, do you suppose?
A possibility. But most pirates stalk the Windward Passage between Cuba and Hispaniola.
Oh, I see. Yes. That is a bustling strait. But I shouldn't worry about being waylaid by pirates, truth be told. My ship is small, and I have nothing of immense value. Sugarcane and its yields, molasses, rum, that sort of thing.
There's not a pirate living who'd turn his back on a keg of rum.
Well, yes. Yes, I suppose that's true.
Just want to pause it there, using the screenshot function on my PlayStation controller. It's so funny because Steed is like, you know, pirates, what would they want with rum? And the laugh that Edward has, of course, is something that Steed doesn't really pick up on. But Edward's laughing, obviously, because he knows that he's a pirate himself. And he knows that pirates like rum. And when Steed is like, oh yeah, I'm sure, you know, don't have to worry, you know, pirates. I've just got, you know, things like molasses and rum and that sort of thing. You know, nothing that pirates would want. And Edward's like... and all that kind of stuff. So I like these little interactions and all this kind of stuff. And the thing about a lot of the Assassin's Creed games that's really well done is interactions between characters. There's so many things that go into it. It's not just words, it's also reactions like laughter, things like that. But it's also things that aren't related to any sounds, but just the way that a character moves, their expressions on their face, their gestures with their hands or other parts of their body, all these sorts of things. And it really helps create characters that feel more full because they're more than just mouthpieces talking about stuff. If you're going to show a character react to something, you don't always have to write them to have a verbal reaction. And I think that's something that some writers might think they need to do, is put more words. But sometimes it's better to just have less words. So if a character is angry at another character, you don't have to write the dialogue for the character to say, I'm really angry at you. Just write the way that they look, you know, and then the person watching will know that the person is angry at the other person because the other person has said something and then the other person's reacting angrily. The other person doesn't need to say anything back to the person that is angry to tell the audience that they're angry, just their expression alone. So there's a lot of stuff with characters in this game, especially as well, where characters are saying things without actually saying anything verbally, but their facial expressions and their reactions with their body physically can say things that words can't really encapsulate properly or don't even need to be there at all.
Douse the royals and tops! All sail! She'll take it!
Love his reaction.
You're a natural sailor, Duncan.
I did a decent trick at the helm some time ago. 2 years before the mast as a privateer.
Dash my buttons. Your life seems a grand one, if I may say. So full of adventure. How marvelous.
I've seen my share of strangeness, aye.
Fantastic work. Very promising. All right, easy now. There you go. Welcome back. Well, your numbers look good. Now let's make sure we can break your brain, all right? I need you to move your head and look at these lights just here. Look up.
Just want to stop it here for a moment. Okay, so that transition with Stede Bonnet and Edward. Edward gives a bit more information to Stede, personal information, but without revealing, obviously, that he's not actually Duncan and all that kind of stuff. And Stede is still satisfied with what Edward, pretending to be Duncan, has actually said to him and all that kind of stuff. Normally there's music there, but for this playthrough, because I wanted it to be heavily story-focused, by extension, dialogue plays a big part in storytelling. And so I wanted to make sure that there was no music to distract from the actual dialogue and all that kind of stuff, which is going to be weird too, because you'll be able to notice all the little transitions between when one sound effect ends and the other starts that normally would be covered by music. You're probably going to be hearing a lot of that sort of stuff as well. But it's actually quite interesting hearing these scenes play out without music, because it almost evokes what it's like in real life. You know, obviously we can make music happen in real life when we want it to, for however long we want it to. But back when Edward was, like, if you look at the events as they were unfolding, Edward and Stede, there wasn't any music playing with Edward and Stede. So there was no music playing in real life when they were actually talking to each other. So having no music in this playthrough, it sort of like feels a little bit more realistic, in the sense of we don't constantly have music playing in real life all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, whatever. So to play through this game without the music, it's going to be interesting with dialogue exchanges in cutscenes that normally has music to amplify that dialogue and all that kind of stuff. And speaking of dialogue, this next part with present day, we're going to be not moving at all, just so that we can get the dialogue from Melanie LeMay. So I'm going to be treating the dialogue in the present day stuff as main story stuff. And so I want to get as much dialogue without talking over it as possible. And so I also want to just hang around and listen to NPCs' conversations in present day. So there'll be a lot of just stopping and listening and me not talking and anything like that. And I'm also going to be not doing things straight away so that we can get more dialogue. So for example, with Melanie here, if you continually don't actually do what the game wants you to do, she keeps having dialogue. When she starts to keep saying the same thing over and over again and it loops, then I'll move forward. There's another character, John Standish, that you actually meet in present day soon. And later he'll want you to do things for him. And in those moments as well, I will just stand there and not do anything to try and get as much dialogue and all that kind of stuff. So if you see me just stopping still and not doing anything, even when a character is saying to do something or the game is pointing it out and I'm not doing it, it's not because I don't know what to do. It's because I'm just waiting to hear any dialogue that will actually happen as a result of not doing anything.
If you have any blurred vision or stiffness in your neck, let me know. Are you okay? I just need you to look at the lights here, one at a time. Something wrong? If you have any blurred vision or stiffness in your neck, let me know. Are you okay? I just need you to look at the lights here, one at a time. If you have any blurred vision or stiffness in your neck, let me know. That's it. Down. If you have any blurred vision or stiffness in your neck, let me know. Something wrong? So far, so good. So, welcome to the Sample 17 project. Before you get started, you're gonna need this. There you go. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello, bonjour. C'est bon? It works? All right, let's take a walk. Your file says you've done some memory research before, but not to this extent, which is surprising. You're very good. The data streams are very stable. Impressive, right? This building is barely 6 months old, but Abstergo Entertainment has been a studio for a few years, since 2010.
Somewhere down the line. His maternal grandmother's mother was Asian.
Don't say that so loud. Maybe you saw Liberation? That was our first title powered by Animus Tech. That was just the tip of the iceberg. Soon, we'll be unveiling commercial Animus servers for the whole world to enjoy. They'll offer pass...
All right, I want to stop it there for a moment. So that is Aveline, and in Liberation, Aveline is the character that you play as, and Abstergo ultimately decided to go and create an entertainment company, Abstergo Entertainment, original name I know, and that was one of their first projects. In this present day, you can unlock a audio interview with a younger Warren Vidic. So Warren Vidic was the Abstergo Templar that Desmond Miles had to deal with in the first few games. When Warren Vidic was younger, one of the early test subjects for the Animus experienced the memories of Aveline, and Warren Vidic actually interviewed the guy who experienced the memories to get his feedback on what it felt like, what Aveline was feeling, all that kind of stuff. So all that Animus footage that was compiled during that subject's Animus sessions of Aveline was ultimately eventually taken by Abstergo and edited to flow a certain way, and they took out certain information that they didn't want the public to know. And what they then did is, with all that edited footage, they created an entertainment product out of it, i.e. a video game. And so the character in Liberation, who is actually experiencing Liberation, is supposed to be a stand-in for you as the player, but in the AC universe is just some random player of the game, and the game is stored and primarily accessed on Abstergo's cloud servers. So that means that hackers can actually hack into the game, and a hacker group named Erudito actually hacked in to the game, Liberation, and therefore in Liberation there's these Citizen E missions, and when you actually kill a Citizen E, which is just a construct in the actual game itself that the hacker has created. When you actually take care of that Citizen E, you'll actually see a cutscene that you've already seen before, but it will have changes. And the changes are what was initially in the event that happened. So, for example, if a character in real life mentions something, Abstergo might have cut that out of the footage that they got. And so the players playing the game would only get that edited footage. But in Liberation, because you have the hacker group who've hacked into the game, they've actually hacked in so that they can show you the full unedited file that is being used. And so when you watch it, you're seeing information that wasn't in the edited version. So that was the whole concept and conceit behind Liberation. So Melanie here is talking about Liberation because it is actually a game that exists in the Assassin's Creed universe. And therefore, Ubisoft actually exists in the Assassin's Creed universe. And we will be seeing books that are novelizations that were written under the pseudonym Oliver Bowden that actually have the actual full titles of those books, Assassin's Creed Revelations, all that kind of stuff. So it gets very meta and all that kind of stuff. But Aveline is the main character in Liberation that you play as. And Melanie was just pointing out to this new Abstergo employee who we're playing as, who is never named. We never hear them speak. We don't get any sort of visual idea of what they look like and all that kind of stuff. Melanie is just giving you a tour around, and she's talking about that Liberation product, which in the AC universe was actually one of the experiences that Abstergo created for the public to experience. She does mention about other interactive experiences that they're working on, and in Assassin's Creed Unity, which came out in 2014, we actually see at the start the different kinds of entertainment products that Abstergo eventually create, only one of which we can actually access, unfortunately, in that game, and that's the one pertaining to Jacques de Molay, who is important in the Assassin's Creed Unity story. So recently I did a playthrough of Liberation just as a break between Phase 5 of this playthrough series on Black Flag, celebrating its 10th anniversary, and this Phase 6 one. So I wanted to play a game in between to take a break from Black Flag. So I chose Liberation, which works out perfectly because Liberation is about Aveline, the character that Melanie just talked about, that we just saw on the thing there. So there's going to be more Liberation-related stuff, but it's all part of the overall narrative of this game, i.e. all the present-day stuff included, as well as the stuff with Edward. So I'm definitely going to be covering those sorts of things as well. Busted. Fun fact. Ubisoft Montreal is Abstergo. It's so funny. But it's actually ending up to be true, it would seem. But I would definitely say that Ubisoft Quebec is more so Abstergo than Montreal. Octa, so if you're playing this one, make sure you complete this game and then you play Freedom Cry, then you go for Rogue. There's amazing suspense, cool story waiting for you. Yeah, already done that, Octa. This is not my first time playing this game or Freedom Cry, and I've played Rogue once but hated the game, so I never played it again. But yeah, I've played all the main entries in the series as well.
Experiences, of course. Edited versions of real history. But only the exciting parts. And we think we found the perfect subject for our first full-length virtual feature. Caribbean pirates. So that's your gig. It'll just take a minute, okay?
Well, thank you, Nancy. Bonne journée.
C'est bon, c'était prêt. Magnifique. Merci. This is for you. The primary tool of our trade. Your communicator. Power it up and give it a look. It's pretty slick.
Okay, so I'm going to post a link in chat to the IMDb for Christina Rosato, who plays Melanie LeMay, the character that we were just speaking to there. I do, Octa, yeah. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I hate that game. What they did to Adewale was atrocious and unforgivable in my eyes, so, yeah. Hate that game story. This will be a good point to actually read over some stuff here as well. Let's see, so my files. Mission log, this is your mission log and contains all the information you need for your currently active missions. Welcome to Abstergo Entertainment. Review active quests and missions. So that's what's happening. Welcome to Abstergo Entertainment. Get to know your supervisors as you settle into your new job. There, of course, is the map. Alright. Employee passport. AE employee passport. Your passport to success at Abstergo Entertainment. Welcome to the team. Congratulations on making the bold step towards the best years of your career. Abstergo Entertainment has a fresh outlook and a unique way of working. With so many possibilities for growth, it can be overwhelming at first, but we're here to help you get settled in and down to work. The work of following your dreams. A new kind of entertainment. Inspiration strikes at unexpected times, in unusual places. We got our start as the entertainment division of a technology company, Abstergo Industries, where research into genetic memory, more on that later, led to captivating, enthralling surprises. Today, with a wide range of transmedia offerings from games to books, films and comics, we're more than just an entertainment company. We like to think of ourselves as a history company, built on science. Now those are some good genes. So there we have a picture of Warren Vidic, who by this point in the story is now dead, killed by Desmond. Well, Desmond used the piece of Eden to make the guard with the gun shoot Warren Vidic when William Miles was held captive. But Desmond still killed Warren Vidic, which was a very good event. I was so happy to finally be able to do that. When Assassin's Creed 3 first came out and I got to that point, it was like, oh, finally, we get to kill Warren Vidic. Time to innovate. 1937. Abstergo Industries is founded with the ambitious objective of making the best results of scientific progress available to humanity, widely, accessibly, and responsibly. 1937. Abstergo Industries is an early supporter of workers' unions. Our relationship with our employees is even closer and stronger today in all of our subsidiaries, including Abstergo Entertainment. What's interesting is, in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, you unlock, when you do the Subject 16 puzzles, you unlock audio files and all this kind of stuff through doing those. And one of them is actually talking about when Abstergo was founded, and it was 1937. So potentially, there's a lot of Abstergo-related stories that could be told from 1937 up until whenever, in present day. So if they ever were to do a game that was related to World War II, I think that it would be cool to have the present day not be the current time, but actually be around World War II time, and have you playing an assassin who is investigating Abstergo. And the present day part of that game would be you as this character, as this assassin, going through their buildings, infiltrating, knocking out security, all these sorts of things, and trying to uncover information about Abstergo. And it's through that investigation that a lot of information gets discovered and all that kind of stuff. So I think that'd be an interesting twist on the present day by not making it literally the current year that it is in real life, but actually choosing a time period that is more modern than what the games have covered in the past narratives, but actually be something that adds to the whole mystique about Abstergo in their early days when they were created in 1937. 1940. Recognizing its responsibility to create opportunity and stability for its people and all people, Abstergo Industries takes the role of a global leader, aiding the establishment of the World Bank and NASA, among many defining initiatives of the 20th century. 1978. The first Animus device is created, and the discipline of DNA memory research is born. 2009. After 25 years of meticulous testing, DNA memory is ready for public consumption. Abstergo Industries launches a pilot entertainment division to produce experimental features for entertainment markets. 2010. The prototypical Abstergo Industries entertainment division issues its first release, Project Legacy. The social media phenomenon dazzles audiences by allowing them to relive genetic memories of historical figures and little-known heroes of the past. So that was a real thing, actually, that Ubisoft did, called Project Legacy. And I never really got into it myself, so I don't really know the ins and outs of it, but what they're mentioning here was actually a thing that Ubisoft did for the series. 2011. Via its growing entertainment division, Abstergo Entertainment tests a new multiplayer simulation of historically inspired entertainment gyms. The experiment is embraced by a competitive new generation of gamers eager to outdo one another. 2012. In collaboration with major video game publisher Ubisoft, Abstergo Entertainment's Assassin's Creed III Liberation is released, and for the first time, the public hears the story of Aveline de Grandpré, a fallen assassin who rediscovers the light with the help of the Templar Order. A modern classic is born. So obviously, if you've played Liberation, you know that this is a big line of bullshit that Abstergo are spouting here about Aveline. Aveline wasn't a fallen assassin. She didn't become a Templar, but Abstergo wanted people to think that that's what happened. But Erudito, the hacking group that I mentioned earlier, hacked into the game to allow people to actually see the truth. And that's what happens in the Assassin's Creed Liberation game that I played recently. 2013, ground is broken on Abstergo Entertainment's new headquarters in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Home to gourmet cuisine, major shows, great shopping, and a vibrant local culture, Montreal blends old world charm with new world energy. The perfect balance for our entertaining, historical, scientific, innovative company. The present and beyond. You join our team. A star is born. The future looks brighter than ever. Your role. We go out of our way to recruit the most talented people from all walks of life. Innovators, producers, good listeners who always seem to know what we need a moment before we do. You should feel at home in your Animus workstation to explore history with the thoroughness you crave, and we expect. Who knows, maybe you'll uncover a past technology to the benefit of future generations, unearth evidence of a secret society, break a few codes, or make an astounding connection between mysterious documents. This could be the beginning of something beautiful, or shocking, or evocative. It's all there in history, and the secrets of humanity are at your disposal, thanks to the genetic memories we put in your hands. Fitting in. At Abstergo Entertainment, we understand the power of knowing where you belong. That's why we've designed an ironclad hierarchy that leaves the organization to us, so that you can do what you do best, research and create to your heart's content. No need to worry about getting ahead, we'll take care of that for you. Constellation of teamwork. Practically speaking, hours. Your work hours are from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., but feel free to start as late as 10, and don't be surprised if you get so absorbed in history you sometimes forget to go home. Vacations. Everyone needs a breather once in a while. Your first week off will come after 3,000 hours in the Animus, or a year at Abstergo Entertainment, whichever comes first. It's going to fly by. Benefits. We have the best life insurance plan in the business, and that's just the start. Food and common areas. You'll find everything you need for a healthy, energized work life right at your fingertips. Check the atrium for everything from fresh sushi to organic direct trade coffee. Yum. Building security. Your communicator will give you access to the areas you need. Diversity and gender equality. Abstergo Industries and Abstergo Entertainment recognizes the fundamental benefit to humanity of striving to include the best minds from around the world and across society. If you have ideas for reaching and engaging new contributors from underrepresented segments, you are encouraged to contact HR. Non-disclosure. You are free to trumpet your enthusiasm and loyalty to Abstergo Entertainment on social media. Heck, shout it from a rooftop if you need to. But remember, unless specified, the following information must not be shared. Project details, their titles, launch dates, themes, characters, settings, and all other identifying traits, the physical layout of Abstergo Entertainment and Abstergo Industries campuses, and the makeup of teams including immediate colleagues, supervisors, reports, and their project status. Mentions of any technologies, partners, affiliates, retailers, wholesalers, and allusions to the details of sales reports or bonus structures must not be shared. For the protection of marketing and media schedules and potential loss of data, employees are encouraged not to travel with work, but in cases where it cannot be avoided, are advised to use laptops, tablets, and communicators only in approved Abstergo hotels and meeting rooms, never in public or in unvetted spaces. Okay, so it double ups on the text here about what you can read. It's a shame we can't go in closer on the images, but I'll just leave it on that for a little bit, talking about DNA memories. DNA memory, how it works. No one really knows. Just kidding. It's a safe and well-documented process. Steps: 1. Acquisition. 2. Extraction. 3. Exploration. 4. Editing. What some call animal instinct, Dr. Warren Vidic termed genetic memory. Locked within our DNA are records of our ancestors' lives. The Animus is a device that renders genetic memories in 3 dimensions. It's a window to the past that allows you to experience history but not change it. That happens later, in editing. Once, we were bound to explore only the genetic memories of our own ancestors, but today it's possible to research within the memories of any ancestor for whom Abstergo Entertainment holds a viable sample for extraction, and all with negligible side effects. Note, genetic memory records for a given ancestor end at the moment of conception when genetic material is passed on. So there's a version of the Animus. Actually, no, that's the building plan. Whoops. I looked at the image before looking at the words. That's the building plan, the layout. In Assassin's Creed 1, Desmond has various conversations with Warren Vidic about the nature of genetic memories and all that kind of stuff, and there is discussion about animal instinct and all that kind of stuff as well. And in Assassin's Creed 3, Desmond and his father William Miles talk about extracting of memories and all that kind of stuff, and they talk about how one day maybe they'll be able to just, go through someone's memories without being related to the person or something like that, to that extent. So that becomes an eventuality, of course. And there's actually an audio or a set of audio files that I'll be unlocking as part of this playthrough in present day, that you actually hear the recordings of someone, Eileen Bock, who was actually involved in trying to experience memories that, were not of people directly related to her, but to someone else. But at the time, it could only be something that was recorded with audio, not visuals. Whereas Warren Vidic's Animus, even at that point in time, was already able to actually create visual representations of the memories. Whereas Eileen Bock's technology that she was using could only basically simulate the audio of the memory. Messages. Melanie LeMay. Bienvenue. Welcome. Your communicator is your key to success here at Abstergo Entertainment. Please keep it with you at all times. Should you lose your communicator, contact the front desk. A recovery fee of $100 will be deducted from your next paycheck. Please respect your non-disclosure agreement. Our work here is exciting and confidential. Security breaches will not be tolerated. Have a great week. We do get to see Rebecca again, but Assassin Rebecca Chambers... not Rebecca Chambers. Why did I say that for? That's Resident Evil. Wrong Rebecca. Bloody hell. Not friggin' Rebecca Chambers. She's from Resident Evil. Rebecca Crane is what I meant. Rebecca Crane is actually in this game in present day. Same with Sean Hastings as well. They're undercover at Abstergo, and Abstergo still doesn't actually realize, or Abstergo Entertainment doesn't realize that they have two high-profile assassin targets literally in their building, which I think is just so funny and all that kind of stuff. But we just saw her then before Melanie gave us this communicator. But I will actually cover Rebecca and Sean a bit more when we see them again.
You might have noticed that security seems a little light around here. That's because your communicator is your key to getting around. See that flashing wireless signal? It means you're hooked up to the elevator. I'll let you do the honors. We're headed up to the Sample 17 studio, 2nd floor.
Alright, I just want to hang back and see if there's any dialogue, because what I want to do is, before pressing the required thing that I need to do, I want to backtrack and listen to any NPC dialogue, because I don't know what stuff gets repeated throughout all the sections of the game where you can go back to present day and what doesn't. So just to cover my bases, I'll just wait here for a moment to see if Melanie says anything different for not doing what I need to do, and then I'll go back behind me and listen out for NPC dialogues and stuff.
You were late again this morning. What's going on?
I know. I've been spending too long in my Animus, and it's doing my head in.
Keep it to 3-hour sessions like the regulations say. They don't make these rules for no reason.
Yeah, I've been pushing it to 5-6 hours every day.
Damn.
That's enough to trigger a bleeding effect, man. You need to be cautious. They've made progress on that front, but there's always a danger.
Alright, so I had a conversation between those two NPCs, or those three NPCs, sorry, where they're like, you were late again. I know, it's doing my head in. Keep it at 3-hour sessions. Yeah, I've been pushing it to 5 to 6. Damn, trigger bleeding effect. I'm taking note of the dialogue, typing it in a document to make sure I know that I've already heard it. So I'm not actually typing it out word for word, but just the basics of what is said so that I know by looking at my list whether or not I've heard it or not before. Hey there, Star. Hope it's going well. And one of the actors who actually voices that NPC is Andreas Burgos. And I'll bring up a link to their IMDb. And here is Andreas's IMDb. There's been a lot of AC games. Star, 3 a.m. It's lovely. Nearly 3 a.m. Is it for you? Nearly 3 a.m. Cool. It's nearly 8 p.m. here. I'll just stand near these 3 characters and see if they say anything else. If not, I'll move on to another group.
You were late again this morning. What's going on?
I know. I've been spending too long in my Animus, and it's doing my head in.
Keep it. Don't make these rules for no reason.
The game's going well, Star. This is phase 6. With a story focus this time. It's the final phase of celebrating this game's 10th anniversary. And in this phase, I'm also including present day stuff. So we'll be going over documents we unlock in present day and audio files and all that kind of stuff. And at the moment, just going around and getting any dialogues from NPCs and stuff. Hey there, Donna. Good morning to you as well. At least this morning where you are. Good morning to you. I hope things are going well.
I know. I've been spending too long in my Animus. Pushing it to 5-6 hours every day.
That's enough to trigger a bleeding effect. Bonjour. Oh, je sais pas, le gars était vraiment grand avec des cheveux longs et raides. Exactly.
How'd the play
Donna?
tests go?
Incredible. We were able...
Donna, yeah, you're well. You're tired though. You had a very intense day yesterday, but today you can chill. How are you? You were so weirded out when you saw Sean and Rebecca there in the hall. Well, I hope you can get some really good sleep later on, Donna, especially after a very, very intense day the day before. Good that you can chill out today and relax a bit. As for me, I'm doing really, really good, having a good weekend, and playing this game as many times as I have this year has been interesting because it's a game that I never get sick of replaying. And this would be the most intensive focus I've had on one game in a franchise for a while. Red Dead Redemption 2 is probably the one that I had the biggest focus on when I was doing like a 200% playthrough, or what I would call a 200% playthrough as well. So I've definitely put a lot of hours into this game this year alone. But it's my second favorite Assassin's Creed game, so I just love it so much. But it's been good to have different phases, including different aspects as well, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it is funny to seeing Sean and Rebecca here, and all Sean has done is just dye his hair black, and he hasn't changed his name. Rebecca still calls him Sean, and he still calls her Rebecca, and all that kind of stuff, and they're probably 2 assassins that Abstergo would like very much to see get killed, and here they are in one of their businesses, just roaming around without anyone making any noise about it. Donna, really, this game made you stop playing AC. You did finish it. Oh, did it, Donna? Yeah. Well, that's the thing, like, there's so many games in the series that can be where people were like, nah, had enough of it, or what, pardon me, or whatnot, and stuff like that, and I think for some people, the series ended when Desmond died, and that was, that was where the present day should have ended at the least, and all that kind of stuff.
Keep a constant stream
of genetic memory data? That's amazing.
That dialogue that's playing now will play again, so I'll focus on that soon. But here we have Sean, and as you can see, if you know that he's blonde normally, All he's done is dyed his hair black for this mission. Making coffee. Donna, it became less interesting for you. You need a good present-day story, I guess. That's understandable. I definitely would say that the way that they do this present story is probably one of the weaker ways that they've done it in the series. I do like the content, though, that you get, that you can unlock, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it was definitely a point in the series where they didn't really know what to do with present day. They weren't sure whether they should have another character that you prominently focus on or whatnot. So we just have some unnamed character that we're playing as in this.
Can you believe how beautiful this building is? The elevators don't scare me.
Feels like a high-tech company, finally.
Coffee was better in the old building.
Meh, that's true. Can you believe how beautiful this building is?
Alright, so now the dialogue with those NPCs is repeating.
There's no mice.
Oh, hang on. It fucked me over. The dialogue was different. Last time when the character said, "Can you believe how beautiful this building is?" there was no response straight away. But now that there is, so we'll go back this way and I'll have to wait now to get that dialogue. Because it didn't play initially.
That's true. How'd the playtests go?
Incredible. We were able to keep a constant stream of 5 gigs a second. And this is through existing broadband networks, straight into people's homes.
Wow, this is going to change everything.
You were late again this morning. What's going on?
I know. I've been spending too long in my animus.
We've heard this dialogue before, but from a different set of NPCs who didn't actually say the dialogue that these NPCs had been saying before this point.
Like the regulations say, they don't make these rules for no reason.
Damn.
That's enough to trigger a bleeding effect, man. You need to be cautious. They've made progress on that front, but there's always a danger.
You were late again this morning. What's going on?
I know. I've been spending too long in my animus, and it's doing my head in.
Keep it to 3-hour sessions like the regulations say. They don't make these rules for no reason.
Yeah. I've been pushing it to 5-6 hours every day.
Damn.
That's enough to trigger a bleeding effect, man. You need to be cautious. They've made progress on that front, but there's always a danger.
Can you believe how beautiful this building is?
I don't know, it's kind of sterile. I always feel like someone's watching
Yeah,
me.
but the floors don't creak, there's no mice.
It's not 30 degrees at one end of the building and 5 at the other.
The elevators don't scare me.
Feels like a high-tech company, finally.
Coffee was better in the old building.
Meh, that's true. How'd the playtests go?
Incredible. We were able to keep a constant stream of 5 gigs a second.
Of genetic memory data? That's amazing.
And this is through existing broadband networks, straight into people's homes.
Wow, this is going to change everything.
How'd the playtests go?
Incredible. We were able to keep a constant stream of 5 gigs a second. And this is through existing broadband networks, straight into people's homes.
Wow, this is going to change everything.
Waiting for the dialogue again about the elevators.
Can you believe how beautiful this building is?
It's not 30 degrees at one end of the building and 5 at the other.
The elevators don't scare me.
Feels like a high-tech company, finally.
Coffee was better in the old building.
Meh, that's true.
Alright, so I love how they make a mention about how the coffee was better in the old building, which is so funny because Sean Hastings is the one making the coffee now in this building. So I like that. So they're not they don't like Sean's coffee. Donna, coffee was better in the old building too. Real, yeah. You get those places where you just get things done in a really good way, and then you buy from somewhere else, and then eat or drink whatever it is, and then you're like, ugh. Or if they change brand, like, you know, sometimes brands will change the taste of their food from something that was good to something bad, and you're like, oh, you know, your food tasted better before, kind of thing. Alright, just had to reorganize the dialogue I've taken note of in my notepad that we've heard NPCs say, just to rearrange it in the format that I'm going with so that I can have it tidied and everything when I'm referencing it and looking at it later. Okay, so we've had 2 different sets of NPCs that we've listened to. There's been a block of dialogue that both groups have actually said, and then there's been bits of dialogue that each group has said different to the other. But I'm going to continue and go through this area here at least, and double check other NPCs and their dialogues and stuff.
We're arrogant.
Have you tried turning it off and back on again?
Alright, it seems their dialogue is glitched now. They were starting to talk, but at the time when they started to talk, I was already looking over at another NPC, thinking that the ones that... noticing there was another one. So now it seems like that audio has been glitched, so it's not going to repeat.
They know what they're doing.
Ugh.
That's insane.
Again, I talk over dialogue. I hate when I do that. Wasn't expecting that reference to Chicago to pop up in that NPC's dialogue.
You need to be cautious. They've made progress on that front, but there's
Bonjour.
always danger. Oh, je sais pas, le gars était vraiment grand avec des cheveux longs et raides. Exactly.
Alright, so I grabbed that dialogue from this NPC before. There was another dialogue that they were saying before about Chicago.
C'est absolument hors de question. Non, non, non. Je ne travaillerai pas là-bas pour tout l'or du monde. Même si c'était la dernière compagnie sur la Terre, leur culture d'entreprise me donne envie de vomir.
Alright, that was a different dialogue in French to what they said before. They didn't mention anything about Chicago that time. So maybe the Chicago mention is the third set of dialogues that this NPC walking around actually says.
Hey there. You didn't get hacked, did you? We really should look into that security company from Chicago. They know what they're doing.
There we go. Got that dialogue finally about the company from Chicago. They're referring to Bloom, who is actually in Watch Dogs. So now these NPCs are going to start talking.
Actually met this guy, John, the one down in IT?
Yeah, I think so. He's super arrogant.
Have you tried turning it off and back on again? That's all he ever says when I have a problem.
Exactly.
Anyway, their dialogue was about the IT guy. Did this NPC have different dialogue again that I just talked over?
What's going on?
I know. I've been spending too long in my Animus, and it's doing my head in.
Keep it to 3-hour sessions like the regulations say. They don't make these rules for no reason.
Yeah. I've been pushing it to 5-6 hours every day.
Damn.
That's enough to trigger a bleeding effect, man. You need to be cautious. They've made progress on that front, but there's always a danger.
How'd the playtests go?
Incredible. We were able to keep a constant stream of 5 gigs a second.
Ok, cool. On se verra là-bas.
Alright, that dude that was just speaking now is played by Sean Baicho. They're his AC character credits. Or rather, the games that he's been in. And I'll pop a link to his IMDb in chat as well.
Sample 17 must have a Japanese ancestor somewhere down the line. His maternal grandmother's mother was Asian, I think.
Sounds confusing.
Ah ouais, tu penses ça, toi?
I had fun. It was colorful, action-packed, exciting, and it had real heart, real emotion. I'd definitely do it again.
Why do I keep hearing about this first civilization? Do they mean Sumerians?
Ah. Non.
C'est toujours pareil. C'est pour une histoire de langue. Peut-être que le sujet 17 avait des ancêtres français?
Ouais, peut-être, mais peut-être aussi que la fête était de sa famille.
Probablement pas, mais c'est vrai que ça serait cool.
Aveline isn't part of the Sample 17 bloodline, is she?
No, she's from Sample 1. A donor from the earliest days of the Animus program.
How old is this technology?
Dates back to the late 70s, I think. There are some recordings from that era on our servers if you're curious. Just poke around the archives. You'll find them. A quick stroll through the botanical gardens would be nice.
Totally. Yes. True.
Alright, so there's a lot of information there in those interactions that the NPCs just had. Go through them in a moment. Alright, so one of them mentioned Sample 17. So Desmond was considered to be Subject 17, and after he died, they took all his blood samples and organs and all that kind of stuff, the fucking butchers, and from that they created what they now call Sample 17. So anything related to Desmond, any ancestors and stuff that's related to him, he's referred to as Sample 17. So that NPC mentions that there was a Japanese ancestor, or that there might have been a Japanese ancestor for Sample 17. Then you had a character talk about, why do I keep hearing about this first civilization, which of course is the Isu, the ones who created humanity and all that kind of stuff. Someone asked, is Aveline part of Sample 17? Aveline is the character that you play as in Liberation, and it was Sample 1 that the NPC said is where they got that from. So later there's actually a recording that we can listen to as well. And then someone is like, you know, how old is this tech? And then the response is late 70s, some recordings and all that kind of stuff. Hey there, Deep. AC China. Yeah, Desmond isn't related to Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun is completely different bloodline, I guess you could say. But yeah, the NPC mentioned Japanese ancestor, not Chinese ancestor.
Hi, how's it going?
I really hope we find an ancestor who lived in feudal Japan. I want to visit that. Or ancient Egypt. I've heard people talk about that.
Sample 17 must have a Japanese ancestor somewhere down the line. His maternal grandmother's mother was Asian, I think.
Sounds confusing.
Ah ouais, tu penses ça, toi?
I had fun. It was colorful, action-packed, exciting, and it had real heart, real emotion. I'd definitely do it again.
Why do I keep hearing about this first civilization? Do they mean Sumerians?
Ah. Non.
C'est toujours pareil. C'est
pour une histoire de langue. Peut-être que le sujet 17 avait des ancêtres français?
Ouais, peut-être, mais peut-être aussi que Lafayette était de sa famille.
Probablement pas, mais c'est vrai que ça serait cool.
Aveline isn't part of the Sample 17 bloodline, is she? Can you believe how beautiful this building is?
I don't know, it's kind of sterile.
Or we've heard this
I always
dialogue
feel like
before
someone's watching.
from other
The
NPCs.
floors don't creak.
Have you ever been to Chicago?
Once. Well, Chicago Heights, actually. I drove through it.
I'm thinking about moving there after my visa runs out here.
You American?
Yeah, I have a few friends working for Bloom down there. I think that sort of thing is more up my alley. Hardware, infrastructure. I'm just not happy here. Not really.
Have you ever actually met this guy, John, the one down in IT?
Yeah, I think so. He's super arrogant. Exactly.
Have you ever actually met this guy, John, the one down in IT?
Yeah, I think so. He's super arrogant.
Have you tried turning it off and back on again? That's all he ever says when I have a problem.
Okay, a variety of different NPCs, and some of them just say the same dialogue, but we got some differing dialogue amongst the different groups of NPCs, so that worked out well. Deep in the 70s. Yeah, they mentioned something about the 70s with the technology, the Animus tech.
I have a few friends working for Bloom down there. I think that sort of thing is more up my alley.
So Bloom, of course, is the corporation in Watch Dogs. The evil corporation.
That's an odd way to describe a job interview. God, I wish I was researching a pirate, not a dull, dreary, pre-romantic poet. This.
That's some different dialogue. We hadn't heard from an NPC yet. You never finished this game, Deep? Uh-huh.
It was colorful, action-packed, exciting, and it had real heart.
We need to be cautious. They've made progress on that front, but there's always a danger. Yeah, I think so. He's super arrogant.
Have you tried turning it off and back on again? That's all he ever says when I have a problem.
Exactly. Have you ever been to Chicago?
Once. Well, Chicago Heights, actually. I drove through it.
I'm thinking about moving there after my visa runs out here.
You American?
Yeah, I have a few friends working for Bloom down there. I think that sort of thing is more up my alley. Hardware, infrastructure. I'm just not happy here. Not really.
Have you ever actually met this guy, John, the one down in IT?
Yeah, I think so.
Hi, how's it going?
I really hope we find an ancestor.
Salut! Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, ok, cool. Ben on se verra là-bas.
Alright, so I'll pause that there for a moment. Deep, you stopped at the ghost ships. Oh yeah, some of them can be frustrating to deal with, those ones. The legendary ships can be very difficult. Maybe you'll try again, you have all the DLCs too. Oh, that's good. Yeah, definitely give it another shot if you feel up to it. And see if you, still want to keep on going with it. No. No, that's not Jonathan Majors. The actor who voiced him, though, is Sean Bai-Cho. Just want to backtrack down this way for a second.
What's going on?
trigger a bleeding effect, man. You need to be cautious.
Technology.
Dates back to the late 70s, I think.
Exactly. Trigger a bleeding effect, man. You need to be cautious.
Alrighty then, so time to go back to Melanie, and let's continue on. Don't think anything else popped up to read about, except for just the objective. Select Sample 17 project floor.
You ready? Let's go. Ah, there's the boss, Olivier Garneau, our CCO. I'll introduce you. Bonjour.
Salut, Mélanie. Ça va bien?
Well, thanks. Have you met our new hire? Just started today.
I haven't. Bonjour. What project?
Sample 17, the Kenway line.
Haytham, Connor...
Edward, the pirate.
Ah, yar, matey. Very exciting. Welcome aboard. Mélanie, can we talk in your office for a minute?
Just let me get this one settled and I'll see you in 5 minutes.
C'est bon. Nice to meet you.
So, this is the Sample 17 floor. We're diving into the memories of one very generous donor, Desmond Miles. We're pulling all the best stuff from his DNA. And hopefully one day, we can forge some fantastic experiences from what we find in there.
A constant stream of 5 gigs a second.
Of genetic memory data? That's amazing.
And this is through existing broadband networks, straight into people's homes.
Wow, this is going to change everything.
Hello? Did you get lost? Hello? Did you get lost?
Hello. You were late again this morning. What's going on? I don't know where that document went. I filed it with HR, and that was the end.
To?
I can't be responsible for other people's incompetence.
In my animus, and it's doing my head in.
Keep it to 3-hour sessions like the regulations say. They don't make these rules for no reason.
Yeah.
Melanie's like, did you get lost? Did you get lost? Deep, you stopped the series at 3 with the Native American assassin. Great game, you started Rogue, but stopped early on. I see, Deep, yeah. Yeah, there's definitely games in the series where they can be drop-off points for people, where it's like, this is enough, and never come back to it.
Where'd you run off to?
6 hours every day.
Damn.
That's enough to trigger a bleeding.
Hello? Did you get lost? You didn't go home, did you? You didn't go home, did you? Where'd you run off to?
Hey. No problem. I remember the first time I did this for more than an hour. I had similar kinds of effects from the Animus. Just, if it happens again...
You didn't go home, did you?
See if it needs checking out.
Okay, so we've heard Melanie's dialogue, if you don't go straight away. I like how we're only a few feet away from her. She's like, Where are you? Did you get lost? Didn't go home, did you? Where'd you run off to?
This pair of legs is John, one of the wizards in IT. He's just fixing something for you.
Not fixing, calibrating.
Calibrating, right. So here we are, your very own Animus workstation. This is all yours, so sit back, relax, and find us some good footage. If you need any hints or tips, the Animus is loaded with tutorial programs, so you'll have no problems. And I'll check in on you later. Happy pirating.
Before we do that, though, I need to roam around in this different area now and catch any NPC dialogues. I don't know how much of these dialogues will change as we progress through the story and all that kind of stuff, but I'm going to keep track of them and all that kind of stuff. And we got all that dialogue with Melanie LeMay. Now I'm going to go around the offices and see if we can get different dialogue. I've already heard some of it that's popped up, but I wanted to have it so that the dialogue was separate from Melanie's because it was interrupting that dialogue all the time.
You were late again this morning. What's going on?
I know. I've been spending too long in my Animus, and it's doing my head in.
Alright, we've already heard that dialogue from NPCs.
That's all he ever says when I have a problem.
Exactly.
Same with that one. That's about the IT guy, John Standish.
You are not asking us to do that to you again. It's too much work.
Now, the way things are working is that we want everyone to feel comfortable.
Do you really expect them to stay motivated when you just keep piling stuff on them like that?
What we would like is for everyone to feel like in a nice bureaucratic system where everyone has a position.
I'm going to need you to cut me some slack here. This is insane.
Then we can continue with the way everyone likes to be a chameleon in the office space. Everyone is happy.
You are not asking us to do that to you again. It's too much work.
Now, the way things are working is that we want everyone to feel comfortable.
Do you really expect them to stay motivated when you just keep piling stuff on them like that?
What we would like is for everyone to feel like in a nice bureaucratic system where everyone has a position.
I'm going to need you to cut me some slack here. This is insane.
Then we can continue with the way everyone likes to be a chameleon in the office space. Everyone is happy.
You are not asking us to do that to you again. It's too much work.
Now, the way things are working is that we want everyone to feel comfortable.
Do you really expect them to stay motivated when you just keep piling stuff on them like that?
What we would like is for everyone to feel like in a nice bureaucratic system where everyone has a position.
I'm going to need you to cut me some slack here. This is insane.
Then we can continue with the way everyone likes to be a chameleon in the office space. Everyone is happy.
You are not asking us to do that to you again. It's too much work.
Now, the way things are working is that we want everyone to feel comfortable.
Do you really expect them to stay motivated when you just keep piling stuff on them like that?
What we would like is for everyone to feel like in a nice bureaucratic system where everyone has a position.
I'm going to need you to cut me some slack here. This is insane.
Then we can continue with the way everyone likes to be a chameleon in the office space. Everyone is happy.
You are not asking us to do that to you again. It's too much work.
Now, the way things are working is that we want everyone to feel comfortable.
Do you really expect them to stay motivated when you just keep piling stuff on them like that?
What we would like is for everyone to feel like in a nice bureaucratic system where everyone has a position.
I'm going to need you to cut me some slack here. This is insane.
Then we can continue with the way everyone likes to be a chameleon in the office space. Everyone is happy.
You are not asking us to do that to you again. It's too much work.
Now, the way things are working is that we want everyone to feel comfortable.
Do you really expect them to stay motivated when you just keep piling stuff on them like that?
What we would like is for everyone to feel like in a nice bureaucratic system where everyone has a position.
I'm going to need you to cut me some slack here. This is insane.
Then we can continue with the way everyone likes to be a chameleon in the office space. Everyone is happy.
You are not asking us to do that to you again. It's too much work.
Now, the way things are working is that we want everyone to feel comfortable.
Do you really expect them to stay motivated when you just keep piling stuff on them like that?
What we would like is for everyone to feel like in a nice bureaucratic system where everyone has a position.
I'm going to need you to cut me some slack here. This is insane.
Then we can continue with the way everyone likes to be a chameleon in the office space. Everyone is happy.
You are not asking us to do that to you again. It's too much work.
Now, the way things are working is that we want everyone to feel comfortable.
Do you really expect them to stay motivated when you just keep piling stuff on them like that?
What we would like is for everyone to feel like in a nice bureaucratic system where everyone has a position.
I'm going to need you to cut me some slack here. This is insane.
Then we can continue with the way everyone likes to be a chameleon in the office space. Everyone is happy.
You are not asking us to do that to you again. It's too much work.
Now, the way things are...
Alright, so I was trying to actually transcribe every single word that they were saying, but there were some words I couldn't actually hear that were muffled and stuff. But the basic gist of it is this. The start of the conversation that Melanie is having there with Olivier seems to be, Melanie says, "You are not asking us to do that." Then I couldn't hear what she said, and then Melanie said, "Again, it's too much work." And then Olivier responded with, "Now the way things are working is that we want everyone to feel comfortable." And I don't know what else he said after that. But then Melanie is like, "Do you really expect them to stay motivated when you keep piling stuff on them like this?" And then Olivier responded with, "What we would like is for everyone to feel like they are in a good," and I couldn't make out some of it, "with a position, something." And then Melanie's like, "Something, something, 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 something," and then ends with, "This is insane." And then Olivier is like, "Then we can continue." Then I don't know what he said. Eventually he says, "Office space, everyone is happy." So there's some words that are missing out of that. So I don't know if anyone who might have better intricate hearing than I have can make out some of those words. But yeah, that's actually some conversation with the two of them that I haven't actually ever tried to listen to before this playthrough. Hey there, Afro. Welcome on in. I hope he enjoys his trip to Chicago. I'm sure he will. That's for sure. How long are they planning to talk? All day. That's what we're going to do for the rest of the stream. Just sit here for another 5 hours while Olivier and Melanie talk.
Is that we want everyone to feel comfortable.
Do you really expect them to stay motivated when you just keep piling stuff on them like that?
What we would like is for everyone to feel like in a nice bureaucratic system where everyone has a position.
I'm going to need you to cut me some slack here. This is insane.
Then we can continue with the way everyone likes to be a chameleon in the office space. Everyone is happy.
You are not asking us to do that to you again. It's too much work.
Now, the way things are working is that we want everyone to feel comfortable.
Do you really expect them to stay motivated when you just keep piling stuff on them like that?
What we would like is for everyone to feel like in a nice bureaucratic system where everyone has a position.
I'm going to need you to cut me some slack here. This is insane.
Then we can continue with the way everyone likes to be a chameleon in the office space. Everyone is happy.
You are not asking us to do that to you again. It's too much work.
Now, the way things are working is that we want everyone to feel...
Donna, someone needs to tell them you can't please everyone. That is so true. You're definitely not wrong there. It's a pursuit that has an end goal that will never be met.
Hello. That's an odd way to describe a job interview. Yeah? Why? God, I wish I was researching a pirate, not a dull, dreary, pre-romantic poet. This... Fine. I'll deal with it. Damn. I don't know where that document went. I filed it with HR, and that was the end of it. I can't be responsible for other people's incompetence. Really? They checked mine 3 times between the parking garage and my desk. No problem. I remember the first time I did this for more than an hour. I had similar kinds of effects from the Animus. Just, if it happens again, have a word with Melanie and see if it needs checking out.
Alright, so I caught some of that NPC's dialogue there. Donna, AC Abstergo, red flag, work environment. Well and truly. Even working at all for Abstergo would be a red flag.
Ben moi, j'ai reçu un mémo me disant d'arrêter mes recherches sur les dernières années d'Ezio pour me concentrer uniquement sur les moments où il est en contact avec ces artefacts de marde. Quelle perte de temps.
I think the idea is that you're supposed to love your job enough to put in the extra time.
I don't know. It's
Don't say that so loud.
I always feel like someone's watching.
Yeah, but the floors don't creak, there's no ice.
Now I need to follow this NPC and see what he says on his calls.
Salut! Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, ok, cool. On se verra là-bas.
Alright, so we've heard that dialogue from another NPC before, but the dialogue that he was talking about the previous time is the one that I want to try and catch, because I don't know if I caught the start of it or not. He was saying something about, what about him, or something like that, and don't say that so loud or something, was what the NPC said. Just want to catch that from the beginning. So we'll have to watch him do the same thing, take another drink, throw that in there, and then we see it momentarily land in there and stick out the side of the bin. I'll also be covering all the visual stuff as well, so I'm going to be looking at the screens in present day that are displaying certain information and stuff. Because I think there's some information that you can miss if you don't check it when it actually pops up. As in, like, the present day section you're doing. Like, for example, if I didn't stop and look at the screens in this part of the present day story, then maybe some information on the screens would not appear again in the next present day segment. I mean, you can get out of the Animus whenever you want in this game. There's also points where the game will take you out of the Animus as well.
Hello. That's an odd way to describe a job interview.
God, I wish I was researching a pirate, not a dull, dreary, pre-romantic poet. This...
We've heard that dialogue before from another NPC.
We've made progress on that front, but there's always a danger.
It's like, come on, NPC that I'm currently looking at. Say the other thing that you were saying before.
Can you believe how beautiful this building is?
I don't know. It's kind of sterile. I always feel like someone's walking.
Yeah, but the floors don't creak.
Oh yeah, definitely.
No ice.
Oh, ok, cool.
Damn it.
It's not 30 degrees at one end,
on se verra là-bas.
5 at the other.
Maybe another NPC will have that same dialogue I'm trying to get from that dude.
That's all he ever says when I have a problem.
Exactly.
One end of the building and 5 at the other.
The elevators don't scare me.
Feels like a high-tech company, finally.
Coffee was better in the old building.
Poor Sean. They're criticizing his coffee.
That's an odd way to describe a job interview.
God, I wish I was researching a pirate, not a dull, dreary, pre-romantic
Already heard that dialogue, but it's so funny hearing different actors' dialogue through the same character.
Of genetic memory data? That's amazing.
That's amazing. I have been in the Animus for too long. 10 hours straight. No. I'm now experiencing what I would say to be the bleeding effect. Alright, so let's actually have a look at the screens that have different information.
Yeah, I think so. He's super arrogant.
Have you tried turning it off and back on again?
See if I can catch one when it's actually the first part of the thing, not halfway through or the last part. Abstergo Entertainment and Animus, exploring the past to bring you the future. Working together. We all hope for the flash of inspiration to drive the next great discovery. But innovation thrives on method and process, steady evolution built on a solid foundation. Abstergo Entertainment pushes boundaries day in, day out. Not just with the technology that powers our exploration of history, but in the rewarding and ergonomic environment we foster from which to explore the past. The future of gaming. Backed by Animus technology, Abstergo Entertainment is poised to lead the future of gaming. Let's look back on our favorite releases. Liberation, live and play through the eyes of Aveline de Grandpré and experience America as you've never seen it before. French. Multiplayer, prepare for the ultimate immersive experience with the Animus training program. Watch this space for upcoming announcements. Animus Tech. Within us lies a hidden storage device, our DNA. About 750 megabytes of information can be stored in a single molecule of DNA. Abstergo Industries' unique Animus technology allows us to explore a vast universe of ancestral knowledge, using the technology of the future and the excitement of the past to bring our players the ultimate gaming experience. Players might become pirates and assassins, scholars and popes. Within history lies opportunity. Abstergo Entertainment and Animus, exploring the past to bring you the future. Alright, so this is going to loop back around now. A lot of their propaganda. Here, of course, we have a portrait of Edward Kenway. Another one.
Wow, this is going to change everything.
Yet another one.
Je crois pas, non.
Tu travailles pas sur Ezio Auditore?
Non, je suis sur
A lot of these are actual promotional imagery and artworks used on covers and all that kind of stuff. I will be collecting the sticky notes, but I'm going to focus on that at a different point. Something else I want to show is the novelizations, the Assassin's Creed novels that actually exist in real life. Oh no, hang on, here's another Edward image. Here's another image of Edward. So if we go to a shelf here, we have various books and stuff. Mundus Subterraneus, Assassin's Creed, based on the hit video game series. Assassin's Creed The Fall, Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, the art of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. Assassin's Creed The Chain. The sequel to the critically acclaimed novel. There we can see an image of Connor on the bottom book, but I think that's a picture of Nikolai Orlov in the top book. Maybe. So this game confirms that Ubisoft is also a company in the AC universe who is also making games called Assassin's Creed, and novelizations have been written. Assassin's Creed Black Flag, Oliver Bowden. I didn't actually know until years later that Oliver Bowden is just a pen name that any author who's hired to do novels for Assassin's Creed are allowed to actually use if they want, instead of their own name.
You were late again this morning. What's going on?
I know.
What we would like is for everyone to do what I say. That's what Olivier is probably wanting to say. I'm Olivier Ganon. I do not know why I'm talking like this, but I would like to be the one that is in charge of everyone in the world. Because I work at Abstergo Entertainment. It's a bit of an Italian thing there, but I don't know why I went into that voice. Yeah, so they're the novelizations and all that kind of shit. Can't get access to the other areas yet. That's okay. Hey there, Senny. Welcome on in, dude. And hello there, Levy Dials. Hey, Levy. Welcome.
Ah, Assassin's Creed. I see. Assassin's Creed. Ah, Assassin's Creed.
Thanks for redeeming the Bane impression as well. Yeah, Donna is like, yet. We will eventually be able to. Oh, and here's another image of Edward. We have these little thingamajigs. On this Animus screen, we can see the Battle for Havana. Battle for Havana successfully, or something successfully. All secondary missions completed, and finding the sanctuary is another thing. There's a crossbow as well. There's another image, albeit upside down this time, of Connor. Could get extra on top. Absolutely. Hope the story focus is going well. It is, dude. There's actually a conversation between Olivier and Melanie that you can eavesdrop on, but it's a bit muffled. I wasn't able to make out every single word that they say, but I was able to actually get down some notes about some of the stuff that they do say. And the start of the conversation is Melanie saying, "You are not asking us to do that again. It's too much work." And then Olivier responds with something like, "Now the ways things are working is that we want everyone to feel comfortable." And then Melanie's like, "Do you really expect them to stay motivated when you keep piling stuff on them like this?" And then Olivier is like, "What we would like is for everyone to feel like they're in a good bureaucratic system with a position," or something like that. And then Melanie is like, "Blah, blah, 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 blah. This is insane," because I couldn't get the first part of what she said. And then Olivier says, "Then we can continue something, something, something. Office space, everyone is happy." So that's what I was able to glean from the actual conversation that they were having. So they're having some kind of like argument about something at Abstergo Entertainment.
Then we can continue with the way everyone likes to be a chameleon in the office space. Everyone is happy.
You are not asking us to do that to you again. It's too much work.
Now, the way things are working is that we want everyone to feel comfortable.
Do you really expect them to stay motivated when you just keep piling stuff on them like that?
What we would like is for everyone to feel like in a nice bureaucratic system where everyone has a position.
I'm going to need you to cut me some slack here. This is insane.
Then we can continue with the way everyone likes to be a chameleon in the office space. Everyone is happy.
There we go. There's also some dialogue that the NPCs talk about where they talk about Sample 17, and they talk about whether he had Japanese ancestors or not. And there's also mention of Bloom, of course, from NPCs and stuff. And then there's a comment which Sean would be devastated to hear. And that NPC comment is, "The coffee was better in the old building." Like, poor Sean. I mean, maybe he just had a bad day that day when he was making the coffee. I mean, we're all human. We're not perfect machines that can just do everything perfectly 100% of the time for all time. Cut him a bit of slack. Let's see if the game will let me go to the other floor at this point or not. Because if so, I want to show you the octopus that you can see in the water. Donna, maybe they saved money on the beans and it's not Sean's fault. Exactly. That could be it. They could be using a different supplier this time. So yeah, it's to your right as you come out of the elevator. If you look over here, you can see that purple octopus on the floor bed there, on the bottom there. Donna, lol, you don't think you ever saw that octopus? Me neither, actually. It wasn't until Phase 5 of celebrating this game's 10th anniversary where I was doing like a showcase where I was going around and showing the environments and stuff that I actually noticed it for the first time. Is it real? And if yes, why? That's the thing. I don't know if it is real, come to think of it now. Because we don't see it move, we just see the shimmering of the water moving. But yeah, it's like, why would they have an octopus?
It's not 30 degrees at one end of the building and 5 at the other.
Okay, we've already heard that dialogue.
Feels like a high-tech company,
Finally. Finally, it's a high-tech company. I mean, it's supposed to be like that all the time, isn't it? I don't know. Don't know what? You don't have an office octopus? All businesses should have one.
We hope we find an ancestor ancestor who lived in feudal Japan. I want to visit that. Or ancient Egypt. I've heard people talk about that.
Sample 17 must have a Japanese ancestor somewhere down the line. His maternal grandmother's mother was Asian, I think.
Sounds confusing.
Ah ouais, tu penses ça, toi?
I had fun. It was colorful, action-packed, exciting, and it had real heart, real emotion. I definitely do it.
Why do I keep hearing about this first civilization? Do they mean Sumerians?
Ah. Non.
C'est toujours pareil. C'est pour une histoire de langue. Peut-être que le sujet 17 avait des ancêtres français?
Ouais, peut-être, mais peut-être aussi que la fête était de sa famille.
Probablement pas, mais c'est vrai que ça serait cool.
Aveline isn't part of the Sample 17 bloodline, is she?
No, she's from Sample 1. A donor from the earliest days of the Animus program.
How old is this technology?
Dates back to the late 70s, I think. There are some recordings from that era on our servers if you're curious. Just poke around the archives. You'll find them. A quick stroll through the botanical gardens would be nice.
Totally.
There's some concept art and stuffs.
Hi, how's it going?
I really hope he lived in feudal Japan. I want to visit that.
Stone Creek, there's no mice. It's not 30 degrees at one end of the building and
5 degrees at the other. Da, 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 da. I mean, why wouldn't it be 5 degrees on the other? I mean, there's 50 degrees over that way and this way and that. Some of the NPC's dialogue is like, what?
Oh, je sais pas, le gars était vraiment grand avec des cheveux longs et raides.
Exactly.
Yeah. I've been pushing it to 5-6 hours every day.
Damn.
Look at John Standish's eyes there under the thing. Don, you're envisioning the voice actor just fooling around and the recorder is like, yep, we got it, that's a wrap. And the voice actor is like, wait, what? Yeah, it's like, just come up with some NPC dialogue. Oh, yeah, I don't really know what. Oh, that's perfect, thank you. And then you're like, what? Yeah, we'll put that as an NPC just saying that. Oh, okay.
That's amazing.
And this is through existing.
That's the best you can see him before we see him in full. Well, we see him in security footage as well, but from a different angle and a different distance. Alright, before we jump back into Animus, I just need to grab a new drink. I'll be right back. Alrighty then. We got a second message here that I didn't actually... Oh, we got some more messages here. So good thing I paused so I can actually see the new stuff that I want to cover that come up in the present day stuff. Melanie LeMay, welcome to the team. Good morning. I'm so glad you're joining us. I'll go through everything you need when we meet today, but if there's anything else, I'm always here. Security team, security level. Welcome to Abstergo Entertainment. Your current security level is 0. Access to work area and atrium. I've already read that message from Melanie LeMay here. Right, something I want to do quickly is get the IMDb up for the voice of the Animus. Who is voiced by Jennifer Seguin. I'll just prep the link to that so I can throw it up in chat when ready. Alright. Time to jump into the Animus. Again.
Welcome to Animus Omega, Abstergo Entertainment's proprietary ancestral memory research tool. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns about how to operate your Animus console, please contact your project supervisor, Melanie LeMay. You have been registered as part of the Sample 17 project. Your primary research target is Edward James Kenway, born March 10, 1693, Swansea, Wales. Calibrations complete. All signs normal. All systems optimal. Extra neurotransmitters activated.
Lively Havana. I've been here once before. It was a truly awful pleasure.
See someone you know?
No. Just putting on a friendly face. I shouldn't want to be mistaken for a pirate again.
Right. Flash rogue like yourself must be cautious.
Yeah.
Just want to pause it there for a second. Anytime you see the screen pause like this, it's only because I want to say something about what's happening in the cutscene that's actually playing without actually pressing the menu button to make the screen go to a different menu. I'm pressing the button on the PlayStation that you would press if you wanted to take a screenshot of something. So I learned that when I do that and I'm streaming, it actually makes the screen pause, but I can still be heard when I speak with the microphone. So this whole exchange here is just so funny. So just to catch people up on what's happened in the story. So Edward Kenway was on a ship and the captain of the ship was killed. So he took over with the steering and there was another ship that was in a battle with his ship, and Duncan Walpole, who is an assassin, was actually on the other ship, and both of them end up shipwrecked on an island not far from where the skirmish was happening. And Edward eventually kills Duncan, and because Edward had raggedy clothes on, he wanted to get the outfit that Duncan was wearing, not knowing anything about the assassins and all that kind of stuff. And Edward found a letter and also a blood vial inside the pockets of Duncan's outfit. Turns out Duncan was going to become a Templar, and he was bringing some information to the Templars. So Edward reads this document from Laureano Torres, who is actually the head Templar in this region at this point in time. And Edward decides to pretend to be Duncan Walpole. Anyway, on the beach of the same island where he's been shipwrecked, he comes across Stede Bonnet, who has been accosted by British soldiers who think that he and his crew were actually pirates. Edward kills them, and he pretends to Stede Bonnet, this character here on the ship with him, pretends to not be a pirate, but instead to be someone who's working for the king on a secret mission. So he tells Stede that his name is Duncan to keep that ruse up. And so Stede Bonnet and Edward have actually finally arrived in Havana, and so Edward has to actually meet with the governor, Laureano Torres, while still pretending to be someone he's not. At this stage, he doesn't know anything about the Assassins or the Templars yet, so he has no idea that he's just killed an assassin, let alone that Duncan Walpole has been doing this to become a Templar and all that kind of stuff. But Edward wants to see where the money will come out of, what reward he can get for continuing to pretend to be Duncan. So that's all that he's thinking about. And Stede Bonnet is embroiled in this as well. And there will be another point where I will point out Edward pretending to be Duncan, because there's a character he's going to meet soon, Woodes Rogers, who almost makes Edward think that he realizes that Edward isn't Duncan, because the Templars don't actually know what Duncan looks like. However, Woodes Rogers' wife actually met Duncan Walpole and told him that he was devilishly handsome, but Woodes Rogers then follows this up with saying, obviously a lie to stoke my jealousy, and therefore Edward's cover as Duncan is still secure. But yeah, they don't know what Duncan actually looks like. Obviously they know what his assassin outfit looks like, but they don't know what Duncan looks like. So that's why Edward is so easily able to actually pretend that he's Duncan without the Templar straight away knowing that he's not actually Duncan at all. Hey there, Asti. I hope things are going well. Welcome on in. Oh, and also to note too, I'm doing this playthrough without the music on, so if you don't hear any music, it's not some glitch or anything wrong with the game. I've purposefully turned the music off, including sea shanties, because I want to make sure that any dialogue that gets said, especially in memories, where you're on the ship and sea shanties can be played, I want to make sure that it's only character dialogue being heard and all that kind of stuff. Oh, and I forgot to mention that bit where Stede Bonnet is waving at everyone, and Edward's like, why are you doing that for? And Stede is like, I just want to make sure that they see a friendly face. And Edward is like, right, a flash rogue like yourself must be cautious. He says that mockingly and sarcastically, but Stede Bonnet doesn't pick up on that, so he doesn't realize that he's been sarcastically responded to by Edward there. But it's one of my favorite lines in this game about Stede thinking himself to be a flash rogue. Asti, you're okay. You're tired, though. Oh, really, Asti? Well, I hope you get some good sleep the next time you go get some rest, though, to make up for that.
Mad to think Spain and England were at war 2 years ago, isn't it? Here I am, bartering with Spaniards like they were my cousins. Something wrong, Duncan?
No, it's nothing. Sand in my hampers. So where's the best squad in town? I'm dying for a quick kip. Or a siesta, should I say.
I'm just headed to a public house now to meet some merchants. I could show you the way.
Well, lead on.
I hope you'll tarry a bit while I conduct my meeting. It'd be a great relief to have a man of your stature nearby in case of a misunderstanding.
I can hang about. I might have a drink.
Splendid. A drink.
163. Entonces, ¿de dónde sale la cifra de 38 y 5? Hay algún error. 4 a la centésima, aumentando 2 cada tonelada, me da un total de... No, algo está mal.
So we have a Pirates Beware and some gibbets, and it's designed to warn and even try to scare off any pirates from boarding there, because it might be a situation where they end up getting captured, and I guess some pirates listened to that and might not have actually turned up there, but others would not have as well. So that's what Edward was looking at. When Edward was pausing for a moment, and Stede Bonnet responded to him based on that, and he just said, nothing, just sand in my hampers. He was actually noticing the Pirates Beware sign and the gibbets with the dead pirates in them.
Gracious! What a revolting sight.
They don't take kindly to pirates here, do they? Wonder how many stolen reals bought these men this purge.
Así que si el primero llegó a 251,
Ayúdame.
Hola, ladies.
You don't know these women, do you?
No. They charge money for that kind of privilege. Few dozen reals for every hour of knowing. Keen to meet them?
No. Goodness, no. I'm a married man.
Married man of their forte, mate.
2,6, la pareja de doradas. Compren mis suculentas ostras.
Aha! Here's a purveyor of personal defenses. I should acquire a blade for myself, Duncan, just as you have.
This rusty razor's nothing to admire.
Even so, I appear a mere kitten walking so close upon you. Perhaps a small dagger would suit me. Let's see what he's selling.
Maybe I'll buy a sword too. We'll both jump rank.
Oh, we'll be quite the pair, you and I. Twin devils.
Lend us a few reals, then. I did save your skin.
Of course.
Cheers.
The ironic thing being that Edward has 5,090 reals, but it's story-wise he wouldn't have that much. He only has that much because of course, gameplay elements, me having gotten enough money for Edward for him to have that amount, and all that kind of stuff. So we're in Memory 1 of Sequence 2. Lively Havana. Edward, pretending to be the assassin Duncan Walpole, is following Stede in search of a place to stay before his risky meeting with the governor. Now I need to catch up with Animus database entries. Locations, not worrying about that for this playthrough. Same with ships or fauna. Already covered that in my Phase 5 run. People. Okay, so any update on Duncan being killed by assassins? Not yet. Caroline Scott hasn't been updated yet. British Empire, not reading about that part. Okay, so Stede Bonnet. Let's go to my notepad. Keep track of every database that I've already read and when in the story, just in case they update later. Stede Bonnet, born 1688, died, not revealed yet. Born into plenitude and wealth on Barbados, Stede Bonnet seemed destined for a life of pleasure and ease. The son of a successful and influential plantation owner, his early life was marked by tragedy when his parents died suddenly, leaving 7-year-old Stede orphaned and in a perpetual state of melancholy. His inheritance of some 400 acres of land softened the blow caused by the loss of his parents, and by the time Stede was in his late teens, he had already restored the sugar plantation to a profitable state. He married young and set about starting a family as soon as possible, but owing to what some called a disorder of the mind, he never found solace or comfort in these domestic trappings. To further complicate his unease, his firstborn son died in infancy, further amplifying his grief and stirring his restlessness. As a means of coping, he dreamed of going to sea and sailing about the world, meeting people, living life as a man free of the obligations thrust upon him. This sounds like an inspiring story. Would he make a good hero character or villain? Olivier Garneau. No, trust me, Melanie LeMay. Give Stede some slack. Come on, Melanie and Olivier.
That's a better fit for me. How do you fare?
I had only enough for a small knife, sadly. Still, it'll do in a pinch. Oh, puffer duff. I've led us astray, Duncan.
Oh, no matter. I'll get us a better view. What are we looking for?
A tavern with a sort of courtyard interior.
Canis and clavatum. Mane habet audacissimus florens, sic het tuum et in spiritu homo nix abominabilis specium Deus questa ad nauseam, etc. Mulier vestra pubem monstras, et fecit Deus sub gramineo.
Just testing to see if he has any dialogue if you don't do anything.
Fuerat Camelos et Pistylia Bernani. Ducit sapiunt vobis ut vestris scrotum. Temparum digitis.
My goodness, you're an agile chap.
Every finger's a fishhook. That's how you tell a true sailor.
Yes, a fine way to put it.
Sic het tuum et in spiritu homo nix abominabilis specium Deus questa ad nauseam, etc. Mulier vestra pubem monstras, et fecit Deus sub gramineo omnibus ad optimum
I think I see the place. We're not far.
No te resistas, Gordinflon! Para!
Hang tight!
Oh, he's brought me blind! Good God, what do I do? Oh, I can't breathe. I think my heart...
Stop or I'll break your knees when I catch you.
To hell ye go!
I'm close at heel, shitbird. Here I come! Don't make me chase you into the harbor!
¿Quién los tocaba?
The worms can have you!
Así aprenderán. Seguid así.
¡Viértelos en polvo! ¡Otro más! ¡Vamos! ¡Seguid así! ¡Bien hecho! ¡Dadles una lección! ¡Sí! ¡Dadles ¡Oh, abusar!
Alright, so there doesn't seem to be any more dialogue if you don't do what you need to do straight away. It's the time to finish him off.
You robbed the wrong man, mate. A fellow with dangerous friends.
¡Intenta darnos esquinazo!
Si sigue así, le quitarán todas sus armas. ¡Tiranos! Muchas.
¡Acorralando, muchachos!
¡Me marcho! ¡Basta! ¡No quiero estar implicado! ¡Me marcho! ¡Basta! ¡No quiero estar...
¡Arderás en el infierno, demonio!
¡Maldito buitre! Hay muchas maneras de hacerte sangrar.
Va a ser mi último servicio durante
Dios
un
nos
tiempo.
bendice con tal
Aún no he visto a mi hijo, que va a cumplir 3 años. Y echo de menos la granja.
Ardo de pasión por ti. Y tú
¿A
ardes.
la India? Ya estoy cansado de India.
Duncan! By Jove, you're alive!
Of course I am. That filch was no fuss.
Oh, yes. Ah! We've arrived.
He de recomendarte al capitán.
Al menos por aquí.
Lo haría de buen grado.
¿Sí? Eso sí.
Take your time, I'll be just here.
Fancy meeting a Welshman deep in Dago country. I'm English myself. Biding my time till the next war calls me to service.
Lucky King George, having a piss pot like you flying his flag.
Oi! Skulk! I've seen your face before. You's mates with them pirates down in Nassau.
Shut your fucking gob or I'll fill it with shot, you hear me?
Edward, is it?
What a shot to actually pause on. Alright, so Edward, in pretending to be Duncan, can't afford anyone who actually recognizes him as being Edward. Can't afford anyone like that to mess things up. So that's why Edward wants this guy to shut up, because this guy knows that it's actually Edward. And Nassau is a location that we haven't gone to yet in the story, but we will. And that's kind of like a part of the world where you've got all the other pirates sort of like hanging about and all that kind of stuff. So this guy recognizes Edward as being one of the pirates from there, and a fight that we're just about to see happen actually ensues because of that. So this is another point in Edward's pretending to be Duncan where things could have actually ended up at the point where he was recognized, so he couldn't take any chances, and so that's why he's so pissed off at this guy.
You bastard! Hey, I warned him. You want a dust up? I'll give you one.
Muy bien, seguid así. Sí, seguid así. Sí, dale.
Working round to Lee.
Muy bien, seguid así. Muy bien, seguid así. Elimínalo. Sí, dale duro.
Sí, bien hecho.
Bien hecho. Dale
Can't
duro.
cover his back alone.
¡Eso es!
Bien hecho. Dale duro. Sí, seguid así.
Dales una paliza.
¡Dadles duro! ¡Bien hecho! ¡Sí! ¡Dadles duro! ¡Sí! ¡Bien hecho! Así aprenderán. ¡Bien hecho! ¡Dadles una lección! ¡Sí! ¡Bien hecho! Así aprenderán. ¡Sí! ¡Bien hecho! ¡Sí! ¡Dadles duro! ¡Ay! ¡Seguid así! ¡Bien hecho! ¡Dadles una lección!
Walk him round to knee!
¡Seguid así!
Come on, lads. I've seen bigger arms on a bird.
¡Bien hecho! ¡Dadles una lección! ¡Bien hecho!
¡Que sangren todos!
¡Sí! ¡Bien hecho! ¡Bien hecho! ¡Dadle duro! ¡Bien hecho!
¡Mándalos a casa en ataúdes!
¡Seguid así!
¡Sí! ¡Dadle duro! ¡Muy bien! ¡Seguid así! ¡Mándalos a casa en ataúdes!
¡Bien hecho! ¡Dadle duro! ¡Muy bien! ¡Seguid así!
Walk him round to knee!
¡Sí! ¡Dadles duro! ¡Dadles duro! ¡Bien hecho! ¡Dadles una lección! ¡Bien hecho!
One more! Come on!
¡Así aprenderán!
¡Mándalos a casa en ataúdes!
¡Sí! ¡Dadles duro! ¡Dadles duro! ¡Muy bien! ¡Seguid así! ¡Sí! ¡Seguid así!
Get behind him!
¡Sí! ¡Esa es la idea! ¡Bien hecho! ¡Dadles una lección! ¡Bien hecho! ¡Dadles una lección! ¡Sí! ¡Bien hecho! ¡Muy bien! ¡Seguid así! ¡Sí! ¡Bien hecho!
Ya te gusta.
¡Bien hecho! ¡Dadles una lección!
¡Fuera de la carretera!
¡Viene el soldado!
¡Corre! You're not leaving me. I'll catch you up. ¡Perro inglés!
Damn it, I couldn't get it to freeze frame on the reaction to Steed. Damn it. I just love his reaction when that dialogue happens. Steed's look on his face is absolutely fucking priceless, and I wish I was able to make it pause on that. I'm using the feature on the PlayStation 5 to press the button on the controller that you press if you want to go into take a screenshot mode, which actually, when you're streaming, pauses the game, but still lets your voice come through on the microphone. And so I was hoping, and in that spot, to time the pressing of the button, because it's not an instant thing. There's a slight delay when you press the button for it to open up the take a screenshot menu. And I was hoping to pause on Stede Bonnet's his actual expression, which is fucking annoying. Let's start the playthrough from the start again. Just kidding. I'm not going to do that, but I was hoping to stay on his actual reaction. But if you go back through the VOD and rewind and all that kind of stuff, you'll probably see the reaction shot. But I was hoping to get that shot of Stede Bonnet, because it's one of those things that over the years has always stood out to me as a very funny reaction kind of thing.
Por favor, seguidlo. No aguantará mucho. ¡Que sangren!
¡Bien hecho! ¡Dadles duro!
¡Mándalos a casa en ataúdes! ¡Hijos de puta!
¡Eso es!
¡Muy bien! ¡Seguid así!
¡Sí! ¡Viene! ¡Dadle duro!
Tengo que largarme de aquí.
¡Maldición! ¡Soy pacifista!
¡Mantenedlo rodeado!
Tengo que largarme de aquí. No, por favor, no. Oh, Dios.
No pienso quedarme aquí a mirar cómo acaba esto. ¡Maldita sea! ¡Acorralando volver gato más!
No, por favor, no. Oh, Dios. Padre nuestro que estás en los cielos.
¡Acabad con él!
¡Como entrenando! favor, no. Oh, Dios. ¡Duro con él!
Wanted to get some double counter kills in.
Por favor, soy un hombre inocente y amable.
When both enemies have the red icon above their head, you don't have to worry about pressing a follow-up button once you press the counter button. If both are attacking you at the same time and you press the counter button, Edward will automatically do the double counter kill. You don't need to press the button then press attack, for example. I found that out the hard way when I was doing a challenge where I didn't want to do a certain thing, where I wasn't allowed to do double counter kills. And instinctually I just pressed the counter button in that playthrough, thinking that I would have to follow up with the attack button afterwards, but found out that it's an automatic thing when the double counter kill becomes available. And look at all this loot that we can now take advantage of.
Por favor, soy un hombre inocente y amable.
Hey there, Drake. We still head each other to this day forward. It's Rod. Welcome on in, Drake. Hope it's going well.
Por favor, soy un hombre inocente y amable. ¡Mirad, allí! ¡Id por su lado, ciego! No, por favor, no. Oh, Dios. Estás en los cielos. Por favor, soy un hombre inocente y amable.
¡Cerrad el cerco!
¡Está lleno! ¡Está por allí! No, por favor, no. ¡Oh, Dios! ¡Rápido! ¡Está ahí mismo! No nos engañarás, porque estás en los cielos.
Drake, so you've been playing Red Dead Redemption 1 and you're making Arthur proud while Arthur eats the whole wildlife. John makes profit to it thanks to expert hunter outfit that doubles skin and meat. Oh, that's cool. I'd forgotten that there were outfits in that game that had benefits like that. That's cool. Meanwhile, Edward doubles the cemetery population by himself. Well and truly, dude. Well and truly.
¡Atacad por detrás!
¡Ahí! ¡A por él! ¡Está por allí! ¡Mantenedlo rodeado! No, por favor, no. Oh, Dios. Por favor, ¡Soy un hombre inocente! ¡Te vas a perder! ¡Ha llegado tu hora! ¡No te escaparás así como así! ¡No! ¡Oh! ¡No! ¡Por favor, no! ¡Oh, Dios! ¡Por favor, soy un hombre inocente y amable!
¡Venga! ¡No bajéis el ritmo! ¡Mirad allí! ¡Cogedlo!
¡Ríndete! ¡No puedes escapar!
It's like, is this canon that Edward just stayed here in this location and killed and slaughtered like 30 enemies? Let's make it that he did.
Por favor, soy un hombre inocente y amable.
¡Sueñes, canalla! ¡Vas a morir!
Por favor, no.
Drake, the most challenging enemies for you in this AC franchise has to be the Janissaries. Proven true to their name, they are worthy opponents. Yeah, they can be tough. They can be very annoying.
¡Intenta despistarnos!
¡No lo perdáis de vista!
¡Que no escape!
¡Pertenecemos a esa rata! No, por favor, no. ¡Oh, Dios!
¡Eso ni lo sueñes, canalla! ¡Vas a morir!
Drake, let's say that Abstergo has to leave out a few details to make Blackbeard look a lot more fearsome than Edward. Yeah, they're like, we can't reveal that Edward just slaughtered all these people, all these soldiers.
¡Por el blanco!
It's like this will be edited out of the entertainment product. Person experiencing Edward's memories right now, like, Edward, haven't you killed enough?
Padre nuestro que estás en los cielos.
Vaya, ¿dónde estará el bastardo?
Por favor, soy un hombre inocente y amable. Padre nuestro que estás en los cielos.
Anyway, time to progress things forward.
¡Lo tengo a tiro! ¡Puedo abatirlo!
¡Objetivo a la vista! ¡No nos engañarás con eso!
¿Verdad? No, no lo sabía.
Drake Edward passively teabagging every fallen card to show dominance. I saw what you did there, Rod. Okay, just want to synchronize a couple of viewpoints. There will be stuff that I'll do in this playthrough off stream. Primarily anything that I want to do to get Edward materials, because I don't have to, and I don't want to upgrade the jackdaw to its fullest in this playthrough, but what I do want to do is have resources enough so that I can get the jackdaw upgraded to a level that means I won't have to worry about doing it on stream. But first need to get to that point in the story where we do get the jackdaw. It's so weird playing this game without the music on. But it's something that I wanted to do to bring the dialogue forward more, because the priority with this playthrough is the dialogue and the story. Drake, you don't know how you play AC, but you usually go to sync points and collect the collectibles to get the map clean. Yeah, I do that sometimes, but not every single time. Because it's just... It's one of those things where it would take too much time to do that every time. This'll... Well, I can't remember how many playthroughs I've done of this game this year, aside from the phases for its 10th anniversary. But I did my annual playthrough, so that's 7 playthroughs I've done already. This will be my 8th playthrough this year alone of Black Flag. No, this will be my 7th. Sorry, not 8th. This year alone. Technically, there is another playthrough that is part of celebrating this game's 10th anniversary, but the nature of it means that the final stream for that playthrough has to happen next year, January the 6th. That'll make it 4 months since the point in the story where I'm up to, where 4 months will have passed in the game.
¿Otra vez ese asqueroso puré de yuca? El vino del dragón se está convirtiendo en agua.
Drake going to Red Dead, who is more despicable, Micah or Agent Ross? Micah. But Agent Ross is not too far behind. Ross is an utter piece of shit. Micah is that too, but he's worse. Because he's one of those internal factors as to why the gang broke up.
You have the wrong man. Why do you haunt me?
¡Todos a la vez!
¡Allí, a por él!
¡No le dejéis hueco!
Captain Kenway, just in time. I'll see you back aboard.
Drake, sadly, you would go for Micah as well. Oh, yeah. The thing about the Dutch Van der Linde gang is that even if Micah wasn't actually part of the gang and all that kind of stuff, eventually, ultimately, the gang would have got to a point where they were either all killed or there was a certain number killed before some started to just, you know, escape and go off on their own.
Maldito buitre. Colgarás en menos que canta un gallo.
It really starts with Dutch, the degradation of the gang, because Dutch is the one who is making these decisions, but Dutch is also the one who isn't really structuring and organizing his gang in a way that would actually help. What I mean by that is, when Dutch tells his gang to just go out there and make money, however you can, it creates two things. Number one, it creates too much freedom of individuals within the gang to take on more than the gang can actually chew at any given time. If no one is really communicating what each person is doing, what plans they have and who they're going after and what things they're doing, it means that one gang member can do something that will jeopardize the other gang member, and so on and so forth until the whole gang is jeopardized. But the second thing it creates is this situation where Dutch wants a certain result, which is to make as much money as possible. But because he's not actually giving out tasks individually to people and saying, hey, what Dutch should have done is Dutch should have been like, right, Arthur and Lenny, I want you to scout ahead, go through town, have a look. You know, see what you can hear. Once you do, report back to me and let me know what you find out, right? And then say to, like, Tilly and Sadie, for example, like, you know, how about you go and focus on these sorts of locations and areas and try to get intel for us about what to do, you know, and then report back to me when you find stuff. And then have like a meeting where all the gang members come up to Dutch and they talk about what they discovered. And then Dutch would be like, okay, how about we focus on this thing first? But as we know, Micah was able to convince Dutch to go and do the Blackwater job, even though Arthur and Hosea had another job lined up that potentially could have ended up being successful. But Micah got his way, and we don't see that interaction. But we see a version of it later on to give us an idea of what it might have been like. But obviously, later on, it's too far gone. But Micah's able to convince Dutch that they should go for the Blackwater job, the ferry job. And so you have all these elements that are working against the gang. So even if Micah wasn't actually part of the gang, sooner or later one of the gang members would have slipped up and done something that caused all these issues and things like that. So it just makes it all the more frustrating when you have someone like Micah fucking things up.
Todo un atleta. Vamos, canalla. Espera un momento.
No, I can't spare a moment.
Una compañía legendaria, sí, pero disuelta.
Un tipo singular.
Otro majadero beodo. Está el otro majadero beodo. Otro majadero beodo.
Es un tipo...
Drake, usually in cowboy stories, the hats show who the good and bad guys are. Black means bad guy, white means good guy, and usually with the law. Micah wears a white hat, so that foreshadows that he is the rat. That's an interesting way of looking at it. Yeah, because just thinking about his hat now. It's really cool when they put things like that in, foreshadowing elements of stuff. Drake, Dutch should have known better, but his massive ego and charisma makes the best out of him, and Dutch should have listened to Hosea in the first place. You feel sorry for Molly, to be honest. She wasn't a rat, but just angry, in love to Dutch's charm. That's it. That's the tragedy of her character, is that she's distraught, and she's upset, and she's angry, and while she was interrogated by the Pinkertons, she never actually gave them any information.
You'll be swimming through your own innards! Thanks. Kenway, isn't it?
Isn't it?
I'm with you.
I'm with you. Kenway, isn't it? Now, obviously, in her drunken and sad and angry state, Molly talks as if she has actually said something to them. You know, but she actually hadn't. There was a playthrough where I tried to focus a little bit more on Molly as a character and see if there were any sort of like moments and stuff that you don't normally see with her character if you don't go out of your way to wait and, you know, all that kind of stuff, but wasn't able to. However, in my dialogue focus run that I've postponed temporarily, that I've put on hold temporarily, might end up finding that out. Plus other stuff too, as well. Okay, so I'm going to grab this chest. I've just realized that I've been doing a bit too much just collecting stuff on this stream. I need to get the narrative pushed forward a bit more. Oh.
Una prisa inusitada.
Castillo San Salvador de la Punta.
¡Alegraos y alegradme a mí!
Just want to check real quick. What Animus databases have we gotten besides the landmark? People. Spanish Empire, don't need to cover that.
Estaba escondido detrás de mí. Poco más, no lo cuento. Yo en su lugar no iría enseñando eso.
No sobrevivió a esa escaramuza.
Debería guardar las armas.
Saludos, bienvenido.
¡El pescado más fresco de la ciudad! ¡Vengan si no se lo creen!
Sea meramente económico.
Así que si el primero llegó a 251 y el pendiente era 22...
And my sugar.
Sorry about the swift exit. Bit of a misunderstanding.
One heaped upon another.
Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry, mate. This is my doing. I'm only trying to keep these Spanish eyes off me.
Oh, it's no bother. Regrettably, the soldiers confiscated my sugar when your dispatches.
Damn! And where've they gone?
Haven't the foggiest idea, I'm afraid. I suspect those chaps might, but my Spanish is muy mal dad, so I'd rather not ask.
Shit! All right, come on, let's follow them and recover my maps.
And my sugar?
What, in my drawers? We'll see what happens.
You don't mind me tagging along, do you?
Not if you keep quiet and stay out of sight.
¿Buscas una forma rápida de llegar al cielo?
Bonnet!
I believe I'm getting the hang of this.
Quiet.
I fear they're onto us.
Hang back.
Scriptura nestio. Ego simple.
Perhaps we should split up to confuse them.
It's the best idea you had today.
At fervida signa ponint me at somnum. Amen. Canis cricles volut ambulare in me, et percipuela era tolima Galilea, qui obtinuit eam rubia desit arbor, quae
Buenos
te
dias,
traxit,
senores.
et non
You're late.
potuit eam
Yes, sir.
liberare
See, we are very sorry. Our captain delayed us.
Et pulicem unum.
Nec gratiam
Sí.
iam
Sí, ¿qué ocurre?
edi, et canem efodientes caudae
This would be Captain Mendoza?
Yes, sir. He's very excited to meet you. Only he must be present for a hanging, senor.
Hanging? Oh, I love a good hanging.
Yes, sir. Very nice. If we hear the bell, we may go, if you like.
I'd love to. Especially if Captain Mendoza's pulling the trap. The man owes me money for the slaves I sold him.
Of course, sir. Captain Mendoza is happy to pay you. We have goods to sell, sugars and such.
Excellent.
¡Alto!
No escaparás tan fácilmente.
The bell, senor. The hanging will be started soon.
Well, let's not dilly-dally.
Yes, sir. We go.
¿Qué diablos está haciendo?
Siempre pataleando y quejándose sobre derechos, injusticias y privilegios.
De primera, excelente. Muchos artículos buenos para
Quiero una copa.
Estoy mucho más limpia que esas rameras inglesas, te lo aseguro.
Un poco imprudente. Un poco imprudente. Eso dicen, pero yo soy un firme partidario de ignorar las histerias colectivas y seguir mi propio criterio.
Otro... ¿Qué tipo
Sobrevivió a esa escaramuza.
Caramba.
Un explorador indio le dio un balazo en el tobillo. No pudo levantarse cuando huimos.
Almost there. This way. This way.
Es un... ¿Estará huyendo de algo?
Drake, looking back to Red Dead Redemption 1 as Marston, you honestly feel bad hunting down the men who left Marston for dead. Those were the same men that helped him save Jack when he was kidnapped. That's the great thing about Red Dead Redemption 2 being a prequel and actually focused on the gang years before the events of Red Dead 1, is that we get to see certain interactions between the gang members, especially those that actually are in Red Dead Redemption 1 and that you go after, namely, of course, Bill Williamson, Javier Escuella, and also Dutch. So seeing those sorts of interactions and seeing how they were back then, like Javier especially. However, there are little nuggets of seeds that get sown with his character that if you haven't played Red Dead 1 first, these sorts of seeds in his character don't necessarily stand out as a big major thing. But if you have played Red Dead Redemption 1 first and then play 2, when you see Javier and some of the dialogues that he has with certain characters, you start to see the seeds that were sown in the character's life before the events of Red Dead 1 that point to him siding with Dutch and feeling so loyal to Dutch that it doesn't matter if what is being said is incorrect from Dutch's side of things, he will always have Dutch's back. So he has what I would call blind loyalty, where you are loyal to something or someone to a degree where you might overstep bounds that you wouldn't normally, but you feel that you need to because the person that you're loyal to is telling you to, you know. So Javier is a good example of a character who is too loyal to a character who is going to be making decisions that otherwise should have been avoided. And Javier has Dutch's back. Like that conversation with Javier and Arthur when he's talking about what happened with the ferry job. Javier says something about, maybe other people should stop concentrating on what Dutch, did and think about themselves, what they could have done and things like that, So there's all these little things here and there that point to that and all that kind of stuff, which makes the duology so really, really good and fit very, very well, especially narratively as well. You still see Javier as the person who saved John from freezing to death. Everyone in Red Dead Redemption 1 are a shadow of their former selves. Yeah, it's understandable to feel that way. I guess the other way to look at it is that was how you felt about that person back when they were like that in that context. But there's definitely examples in real life where someone has done something so horrid that it doesn't matter what good they did earlier in their life. The people just do not want anything to do with them ever again, even though they used to be, a good person. So with Javier being like that, he may have been a person that was, saving him from freezing to death. But after all those events, he becomes someone that definitely needs to be stopped, and all that kind of stuff. Just like Bill Williamson becomes someone that needs to be stopped as well. So this memory and my sugar, the maps Edward hoped to sell to Governor Torres, have been seized by guards. Find where they have been taken and recover them. I forgot to read that earlier, so I figured I may as well read it now.
Un caballero de su categoría, compañero. Ya voy, cariño.
How long will this hanging take, man? I don't mean to hang about all day for the captain.
Quick as anything, sir. Captain Mendoza needs only to hang the man, then he will deliver your payment.
I don't want reales, mind. I want goods. Things I can sell. Tobacco, rum, sugar.
¿Sabes cuándo llegará nuestra paga?
Sí. We have much fine sugar. Crates we took off a fat Englishman last night.
Englishman?
Por el delito de motín contra tu capitán,
Sí.
el tribunal te
Sugar from
sentencia a
Barbados.
morir en
Very
la
fine.
horca.
We hold it in the Castillo after the man started the fight last night. He ran, left his sugar behind. Very fine.
Que el mismísimo jefe está detrás de...
Well, that's a start. Shall I accompany him to the Castillo?
Creo que lo están inspeccionando.
No, sir. Captain Mendoza will have it sent to you, I believe. You will see.
Good lord. Is that big brute your Captain Mendoza?
Rumorea que el mismísimo jefe está detrás.
No, sir. He is El Tiburón. El Tiburón, Governor Torres' man.
Alright, just wanted to do that because people might not be able to actually see, but if you look in the top right, you'll see a figure standing there with a mask helmet on. So that's El Tiburon. That's the character that they're actually talking about as well. Because it's not actually in a cutscene, what most likely would happen if this was presented in a cutscene is they probably would show a bit of a close-up of El Tiburon in this moment. But because it's in gameplay, obviously the camera is focused where it has to be focused or where you put it during gameplay sequences. But El Tiburon is the dude on the far right of the what do you call it? The platform. I'll just call it that. The platform that people stand on before they get hung.
Que tiene noticias suyas. No, lo más desquiciante de esto es que vemos el miedo en sus ojos. Están atrapados en una red de intrigas que no somos capaces de desvelar. Lo último que supe es que planeaba regresar a Elche.
Apenas si podemos ganarnos la vida. No tenemos vida.
Dijeron que quizá no volviera a caminar. Mira, ¿no es hermoso? Hay mucho temporal.
¡Alto ahí! ¡Vuelve aquí, ahora!
Incendios provocados.
Suena muy bien.
Bueno, no sé.
Hold.
¡Quieto!
¡Tienes un pie en la zumba! ¡Ja! ¡No te escaparás! ¡Atentos! ¡Es rápido!
¿Tienes una moneda, amigo? Solo pido un cobre a cambio de...
¡No te lo repito más! ¡Eres estúpido! ¡Vuelve aquí!
¡Rápido! ¡Tras él!
¡Tu vida ha terminado!
Nice one, Senny. Would have been a better story if they all made it to Tahiti and harvested mangoes. Tahiti? Tahiti? Tahiti?
¿Listo para sangrar?
Could somebody say Tahiti? Indeed.
¡Presionad, muchachos! ¡No perdáis de vista!
Yo estaría aquí. ¡Te daré lo tuyo!
Drake, the items from the previous game would be stored in Beech's Hope, and Marston starts with nothing but a pistol. Yeah. They don't actually show, of course, Abigail, Jack, and John being taken, but I would dare say that it was a surprise when it happened. They probably busted down their door, and when they were asleep and stuff, and took them all into custody, but of course separated Abigail and Jack from John, and then basically told John about what they were going to do, or what they wanted him to do, track down his old gang members and stuff. And if I was to fill that out, that's probably what I would say. I would probably say that once they discovered that they had found where he was, that they raided his or their place, and then took them in, and then separated them, and then were like, you do this for us, and you'll get to see your family again. And then they escorted him to the train, and you know, all that kind of stuff that you see at the start of Red Dead Redemption 1.
¡Estás muerto!
Drake, you think Marston is the richest gunslinger in Red Dead Redemption? I mean, he can be. I reckon you could probably get the money up to 9,999 if you wanted to. Want to pause it here. So Edward finds, of course, what was taken from him, which is the glass vial with the blood in it, and it's whole part of his plan to give this to Torres, the head of the Templars. He sees that Stede Bonnet's sugar is there, but he doesn't even take any of it. Like, he doesn't even take like a small portion of it. And you could argue, well, where it's located, how could he get it down from there? You know, how could he carry even one of those and get it down from where he is that high up? Number one, without it taking a while, and number two, without being detected while doing it. And then what does he actually store it on? Does he carry it all the way to Stede Bonnet? So there's definitely something in this whole thing where you could say, well, of course he wouldn't be able to take any of it. But he could have taken some of it, maybe. If you look at his pouch there, maybe he could have taken a little bit of sugar, but it all ends up well for Stede anyway, ultimately. But this is a good example of how Edward and his priorities are above helping other people at this point and doing what he can to actually help himself. And in this case, it's getting the blood vial back that was taken off him, and not so much getting any of Stede Bonnet's sugar. Bobo Gamer 2102, thank you so much for the follow. Crooked, and my sugar? Take my sugar, take anything you like. Hey there, Stan. And my axe. Hello, gentlemen. And hola, ladies. I love that quote in this game. Part of Edward's plan in pretending to be Duncan relies heavily on having this. It's a must-have. It's one of the key items that Torres wants. As I've said before in this stream, Edward doesn't know anything about the Assassins or Templars yet, so he's not doing this out of some kind of like allegiance he has to either side. or against either side, because he doesn't know it exists yet. His only aim is to use the information that he discovered in the letter that he found in Duncan Walpole's assassin outfit and the blood vial that also came with it. Edward knows that to keep his ruse of pretending to be Duncan up, he needs to make sure that he has the items, because there's no point turning up at the governor's mansion without the items as well. Stan, it's so cringy, you'll love it. It really is, especially the way the timing of it too when you hear it. Stan, just put some sugar in your pockets, Edward. It's an expensive commodity. Exactly. Put some in your boot. Put some in the little satchel. Put some in your mouth. I'm sure they'll still want to use the sugar after it's been in your mouth for quite a few minutes.
Sorry about the sugar. I've only one pair of hands.
Oh, it's no great loss. I've got plenty of cargo here to make a profit on my trip.
Will you stay here long?
For a few weeks, yes. Then back to Barbados, to the tedium of domesticity.
Don't settle for tedium. Sail for Nassau. Live life as you see fit.
Haven't I heard that Nassau is crawling with pirates? Seems a very tawdry place.
Not tawdry, liberated.
Oh, God. That would be an adventure. But no, I'm a husband and a father. I have responsibilities. Life can't be all pleasure and distraction, Duncan.
Just want to pause it there for a second, because it's very interesting, this interaction. So Edward returns to Steed and is like, I'm sorry about your sugar. I only have, one pair of hands. And Steed is like, it's okay, I have enough cargo here to still make a profit of my trip. But the thing that's interesting is that Edward, when he's speaking to Steed, is letting the mask of him pretending to be Duncan slip a little, because he's talking about Nassau and talking about a place that's liberated. But Stede Bonnet is so trusting of Edward and is so believing that he's not a pirate, that he's actually someone working for the king, that Steed doesn't even suspect, when Edward mentions about how Nassau is a liberated place, that maybe, hang on, why would he be talking highly about an area where pirates are actually living? But Steed is so trusting of Edward that he doesn't even recognize that as a potential red herring, and is just like, that sounds really good, because it's really appealing to Steed, because he's sort of like wanting to find a way to get out of the tedium of domesticity that he's in. And so Edward talking about a place that's liberated and all that kind of stuff, and pirates and stuff, is what overrides any kind of sense that he might have had that Edward's actually a pirate himself as well. So I think that's kind of interesting, a point where Edward is willing to risk Steed potentially figuring out that he's not actually an officer, but he's actually a pirate. But Steed doesn't, of course. And then later on, when Steed finds out that he actually is a pirate, it's that Steed isn't like, hang on, you lied to me. There's none of that. There's nothing like that. He's just very accepting of the fact that Edward is a pirate and all that kind of stuff. Crooked, what has it got in its pockets is precious? Edward, definitely not sugar. Definitely not. Can't keep it in there. Stan, Edward approaches to a guard. Hey, y'all sell some plastic bags here? Yeah. Yeah, nothing like that Edward does. That's for sure. I'm just trying to think what else I might have wanted to point out in this cutscene. Yeah, so the line that Steed says, where he says, "Life can't be all pleasure and distraction, Duncan," is a very interesting line because as a pirate, that's the kind of things that they're actually looking for. They're looking for ways to find pleasure in things and be distracted by things that aren't the tedium of, maybe being a family person, or the tedium of being married, or the tedium of working in a job that you don't like, and all that kind of stuff. They'd rather be, doing as they please and doing what they like when they want to and how they like to and all that kind of stuff. And so Steed wanting to be a pirate, or becoming a pirate, is curious too, because he does, mention about how life can't all be, pleasure and distraction and all that kind of stuff. But that's really where Edward's head is at this point, because he doesn't want to put aside his goals of making a lot of money aside. He wants to pursue it as far as it will take him, because he desires to have a greater life than what he might be afforded to otherwise if he was just to go back to England at this point and all that kind of stuff. But it's just part of his character arc and the evolution of his story as you go through, where you have him as a pirate. And of course, all this sort of stuff, and I'm going to touch on it as we go through the game, of course, because it's very, very core. I'll probably start to talk more about it once Mary Read actually turns up in the story, but the idea of Edward being a pirate and thinking about all the previous Assassin's Creed games before this one. In Assassin's Creed 1, you're an assassin. In 2, you become an assassin. In Brotherhood and Revelations, you're an assassin. In 3, you become an assassin. Haytham obviously is the first person you play as in AC3, and he becomes a Templar. But at the start, you think you're playing as an assassin, but you're not. The only real time where there's been a major perspective change in terms of like someone who's not an assassin is Haytham, because Haytham's not an assassin. When we find out that he actually is a Templar, and we think about the perspective of how the story was told, we see that we were seeing things the way that Templars see things and the way that they see themselves. So in that way, once you know that Haytham's a Templar, it takes away any notion you might have had about how things were being shown when you thought he was an assassin, because it had followed the same formula. What we have in Black Flag is a situation where we have a character who doesn't know about the assassins, doesn't know about the Templars, doesn't know what the assassins look like, doesn't know about the hidden blade as a weapon that they use, doesn't realize that they've existed for centuries and centuries and centuries. He's a pirate. That's what he is. That's what he knows. And so what they do with this story, instead of having us play Artabai, or having us play as Mary Read instead of Edward, which would be in line with the formula of having you play as an assassin, they decided to have you play as someone who is just straight up a pirate. They're not an assassin. They don't even know about it. And it's through that perspective difference that we get a different look at the assassins and the Templars. Whereas in AC3, we were seeing the perspective of the Templars through their own eyes when playing as Haytham. And then it shifted to showing us how the Templars truly are through the perspective of Connor and Achilles and all that kind of stuff. So too in this game, we have the perspective on the assassins and the Templars this time, both factions, from an outsider's perspective. And Edward is in the middle, and he doesn't know about the big conflict. So we're playing as a character who, from their perspective, doesn't know anything about this stuff. And even when he does find out about the assassins and the Templars, he's still a pirate, so he's still looking at things through that lens. And it's just a different way to show a perspective. And it's understandable when people say this is just a pirate game, it's not an Assassin's Creed game. But there is so much stuff in this game that is very much Assassin's Creed that it really makes me strongly disagree that this isn't also an Assassin's Creed game, as well as being a pirate game. It can be both, and it is, and I just really love the narrative and all that kind of stuff. So I will go into more detail about that kind of thing and my thoughts on it as we go through. But at this point, Edward hasn't met the Templars yet, and he hasn't met the assassins yet, and he's still a pirate through and through. And so we're following his story from his perspective, being a pirate and experiencing the events that he experiences. And when he finally meets an assassin that is actually... Because Duncan, is he an assassin? Yes, but I don't count him as one because knowing that he's actually defecting to the Templar side, once an assassin decides to do that, they're no longer an assassin. So I don't think of Duncan as an assassin. So technically he already has met an assassin, but he will eventually meet an assassin that he knows is an assassin and knows all about this. Well, not all about the assassins, but knows of the assassins. Whereas when he met Duncan, he had no idea and all that kind of stuff. Crooked, you don't really care about every game playing as an assassin. The universe is much bigger and richer than only their perspective. It's much more important to you that they nail the universe and lore, whether we play as a pirate, Templar, mercenary, Viking, etc. That's true, and there's various elements that go towards being an Assassin's Creed game, and the thing about it too is it's not just gameplay elements that we're talking about here. It's not just outfits. The idea of being an assassin, it's not about the outfit. It's not about the hidden blade as a weapon. They are part of the overall aspect of being an assassin, but they're not the most important things. You can still be an assassin without having to put on the assassin outfit every single day of your life as an assassin. When you wear something different, that doesn't stop you from being an assassin. It just means that you're wearing different clothes. You're not wearing the assassin outfit. You don't sleep and live in the assassin outfit 24 hours a day, 7 days a week as an assassin. That's not something that's part of being an assassin. Also, something that's really important about being an assassin is more a philosophical understanding of what it is to be an assassin, and also the creed itself and all that kind of stuff too. Whereas simply having the hidden blade in the outfit isn't the most important thing about the assassins in the creed. And this game does a great job of examining the assassins and the creed from the perspective of someone who is learning about it, which in turn helps new players who might not have played the previous games to this one, who are starting with this as their first game, having an inroad where they don't have to have played the other games, because this game is showing a character learning that stuff themselves. Therefore, the player who is new to the series would be learning as well about this stuff. And that's a really cool thing as well. But there's so many elements in this game that go beyond just being an assassin wearing an outfit and the hidden blade. And there's so many philosophical aspects as well. And that's where the character of Mary really comes in strongly, because she's a representative of the assassins and their creed. And the things that she says to Edward are partly to give him information, just so he's aware of what's going on. But underneath the surface, she's testing and feeling Edward to figure out, is he someone that I feel could become an asset to us, or could even become an assassin? And there's also some other elements about Edward that she actually recognizes within him that he might not recognize within himself, that still has her wanting to try and impart some wisdom to him. So when she's telling him about the creed and the tenets, when Mary is telling him all that information, she's trying in a way to test the water with him to see his reactions to that kind of stuff. And as the story goes on, she still believes in Edward, even though it gets to a point where it's like, Edward, mate, what the fuck are you doing with your life? You need to wake up to reality, all that kind of stuff, which comes later, and I'll get to that later. But Mary Read is such a great character and is very integral, not only to the actual story, but also integral to Edward becoming an assassin, because it's her death that really, really, really makes him realize, fuck, what have I been doing? This is what's happened. These are the people I've lost. This is the stuff that's, come of my over wanting to have everything, like to want to be rich and all that kind of stuff. These are the things that he's lost, and that sets him on the path and makes him more open to becoming an assassin. And so when he goes back later and meets with Artabai, and he talks to Artabai about the creed and asks him, about nothing is true, everything is permitted, and all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of things that are very assassin-centric in this game. It's just that the perspective that they're giving the player is different than what was in the other games and all that kind of stuff. Stan, you always wondered if assassins wore pajamas at nights. There must be like a pajama assassin outfit or something like that, you know, and all that kind of thing. Crooked, if it wasn't for Mary, his life would have probably ended much different and potentially much earlier. That's true, you know. I mean, number one, when Mary tells Edward, they wanted to kill you for what you did, you know, so you're lucky. So it's lucky that Mary was able to convince the other assassins, especially Artabai, obviously, because he's the mentor, convinced him not to kill Edward. Stan, she kind of nudges Edward to find out what being an assassin is like. She doesn't try to recruit him, but she answers his questions, gives him more questions so he could find answers himself. That's true, Stan, you know, and that's the thing about the assassins is the Templars want you to become a Templar, whether you like it or not. And so they manipulate you to become one and brainwash you. Whereas the assassins want you to come to that decision on your own, whether you want to become an assassin or not. And once you do make that choice, that's something that you have used your free will to do. She sort of shaped his path maybe by only being there for him. That's true. You know, she's very much... And you can take away the whole assassins and Templars thing. Think about someone in your life who always has your back. Think about someone in your life who is always there for you, no matter what happens, no matter, you know, how difficult things get. They're always there. They're willing to listen to you. They're willing to put faith in you. That's the character that Mary is for Edward. She's the character that is going to still want to interact with him because she wants to try and help him, you know, and come to understandings and stuff. And that's why she's, you know, so... Like, she could have given up on Edward straight away and been like, there's nothing about Edward that's going to change, you know, there's nothing about him that is going to evolve, and so therefore I'm not going to bother trying to help him anymore and all that kind of stuff. But she kept at it and kept on being a friend to him and, you know, all that kind of stuff. She's a very well written character, and I'm grateful for that. Absolutely, Stan. Yeah, I think she's a very underrated assassin as well. And Ubisoft loves to put Cassandra at the front of everything. And then there's all these other female assassins who are like, hey, Ubisoft, what about us? You know? That's a whole other topic. And Olivia Morgan put a lot of soul into her. Absolutely, yeah. That's definitely a great performance by Olivia for Mary. With Steed saying to Edward, it can't be all pleasure and distraction. Edward realizes, oh shit, I need to go and see the governor now. I've taken too long. I need to keep this ruse up that I'm actually Duncan. And so he's about to mention that, hey, you know, I need to actually go now.
Hey, Bonnet. The name's Edward, in truth. Duncan's only a handle.
Ah. Secret name for your secret meeting with the governor.
The governor, right. I think I've kept him waiting long enough.
Edward doesn't tell Stede Bonnet that he's not actually, you know, working for the king, and he's actually a pirate. But he wants to give Steed some more information, and so that's why he comes up with the ruse that he was just using the name Duncan as like a handle. It's not actually his real name, which in a weird way it's funny because it makes Edward actually tell the truth for once to Steed. Which is ironic, that he finally tells the truth in such a way that is like it's like when you turn your clothing inside out and wear it. It's kind of like that sort of aspect. So he finally tells the truth by telling Steed his real name, but he's still lying as well. So it's only a half telling the truth, I guess, because he's still lying about the fact that he's working for the king, and has a meeting with the governor and all that. But yes, he tells that the thing about that though is later when Woodes Rogers is talking to Edward, Stede Bonnet sees Edward and calls out his name Edward, right? And that's another point where the disguise or Edward pretending to be Duncan could have actually unraveled there as well. But luckily it doesn't, because he's able to convince Woodes Rogers that, in a mirroring of what he told Stede, where he said, I told him I'm telling you that my name is actually Edward, not Duncan. To Woodes Rogers, he said, oh yeah, Edward was just a name that I gave him, and all that kind of stuff under caution. And then Woodes Rogers was like, okay, because that makes sense, that's logical, Duncan wanting to go by a different name to go undercover, so to speak, makes sense to Woodes Rogers. That's why he doesn't think anything else of it. But Edward's lucky there. His moment of wanting to be honest almost costs him the disguise as Duncan that he's got going on. Hey Godfather, welcome on in. I hope it's going well. Stan, okay, but hear me out. We had Boston Tea Party and AC3. We had And My Sugar in this game, and later we had AC Syndicate, which had tea that had sugar in it. Delicious. Foreshadowing, coincidence. That's actually a really, really cool point to actually point out, actually. I know I said actually twice. I actually do that a lot. So just to follow the logic again, Edward doesn't know about the Assassins or Templars. He gets shipwrecked on an island with an assassin who is actually becoming a Templar. He wants to defect to the Templar side. Edward doesn't know any of this, of course, but Edward is wearing rags, and Duncan, the assassin, is wearing some clothes that Edward goes, these would be good to have. So when he kills Duncan and takes his clothes, he finds in his clothes the letter from Torres that talks about Duncan meeting Torres. And because there's a promise of a reward, Edward is like, if I pretend to be this Duncan guy, I might be able to get all this money. And so he decides to follow through on what Duncan was going to do. And then you have Stede Bonnet that he meets, and logically, Edward needs to keep the fact that he's actually not Duncan a secret, even from Stede Bonnet. And so Stede has a ship, and the logic is they need to get off the island. So the ship is how they get off the island. And then they arrive in Havana, and then Edward has to get the glass vial back that was taken, because it's an important part of him pretending to be Duncan, because it's something that the Templars want. And so he gets that back and goes back to Stede, and now he tells Stede that his actual name is Edward, but still pretends to be not a pirate to Stede, who was worried about pirates. And so Edward is now going to the governor's mansion. In the letter that the governor sent to Duncan Walpole, he said that I don't know you by face, but I know you by your orders outfit. That's not the exact dialogue, but I'm just paraphrasing here. And so, using that information, Edward also knows that he can pretend to be Duncan because they don't know what he looks like. We're going to get to a point now where we're going to speak to Woodes Rogers. And Woodes Rogers has a wife, and his wife had actually met Duncan Walpole. So his wife would know what his wife would know what Duncan looks like. So if his wife saw Edward, she'd be like, that's not Duncan. Woodes Rogers, in pointing out to Edward that his wife has met Duncan before, he basically chalks it up to the fact that his wife was just trying to make him jealous by telling him that Duncan Walpole was very handsome, or devilishly handsome. And so, Edward is lucky that Woodes Rogers doesn't second guess what his wife had told him and go, hang on, my wife says that you're not as handsome. He doesn't even put two together. He doesn't even think that, hang on, maybe you're not actually Duncan. So Edward is lucky there. So following that logic, with all that in mind, Edward, meeting Woodes Rogers, is still able to pretend that he's Duncan and still be able to not get discovered because of Woodes Rogers thinking that his wife telling him that Duncan was handsome was just a way to make Woodes Rogers jealous, and so he doesn't think anything of it. But then later we're going to see that Stede Bonnet calls out Edward's name in front of Woodes Rogers, and Woodes Rogers is like, he called you Edward. But I'll get to more on that when we actually get there as well. Thanks for redeeming that, Godfather. I'll get to that in a moment. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning to you. I hope things are going well. Yay, more Black Flag. Absolutely. Yep, my story-focused playthrough. Been very excited to do this one. I wanted to keep it till last in the phases because I want to go really deep into the story and analyze the cutscenes and go over dialogue and all that kind of stuff. I hope things are going well.
Last sequence recap. Sequence 1, Prologue, in which our hero, the notorious pirate, Edward Kenway, acquired for himself a disguise, and a purpose. The deliverance of a letter for me. Him. Okay. Yeah, okay. A letter, maps, and a strange crystal. A cry? What's a crystal? Crystal cube to the governor of Havana in exchange for a perceived reward. Here too was a merchant named Stede Bonnet. Befriended, paired up, the two set sail for the Spanish Inquisition. No, sorry, that was unexpected. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition after all. Not even the Spanish. Where was I? Oh, yes, to the Spanish capital of Havana. There we go. So that's where we're up to, I think. Anyway, I gotta go now. I need to go and speak to a merchant about buying something. See ya. Thank you, Godfather, for redeeming the old man impression. I appreciate it. Be back in a second. Lucinda, is that impression hard to do for long? It's interesting because I've done a lot of talking this stream, so my voice is probably starting to change a bit when I do a voice like that. But generally speaking, with that old man impression, it doesn't really do much in way of like being difficult on the vocal cords or anything. But yeah, because I've already talked a lot before getting to this impression, there's definitely been a lot of vocal cord work that's happened and all that kind of stuff, which is one of the reasons why I don't always like to read everything in games. It's always good to have games where you can just listen to the audio of things being read and all that kind of stuff. But no, it's actually not too bad to do for long. We did recently enter a new age decade. Maybe it becomes more natural than we think. That's actually true as well. That could be a factor for sure. Wonder if the memory is available to read about yet. Here we go. Mr. Walpole, I presume? Disguised as the assassin Duncan Walpole, Edward must deliver various maps and a strange crystal cube to the governor of Havana. While I'm here, let's have a look at any... I still want to mark these off so that I don't have exclamation points on things for too long. Okay, so nothing extra yet.
botas estarían bien. Comparto el...
No me hace gracia patrullar en el bosque.
Buenos dias. Mr. Duncan Walpole of England to see the governor. I believe he is expecting me.
Sí, señor Walpole. Entre, por favor.
Tendremos que seguir un tiempo con mantas mohosas, raciones pesadas. No sobrevivió a esa escaramuza.
¿Para qué esperar?
Un explorador indio le dio un balazo en el tobillo.
Solo se ven
No pudo
una vez.
levantarse cuando huimos.
They don't seem to have any dialogue. I'm also covering that too. So there will be points where I'll just stop still and not move, just to see if there's any dialogue, but these guys don't have any.
¿Ese es el hombre? ¿Cómo lo llamabas? ¿Asesino?
Sí, Duncan Walpole. Debería haber llegado hace muchos días.
No me gusta que los extranjeros se paseen por nuestra ciudad. No me fío de ellos.
Cállate. El gobernador tiene invitados. Todos franceses e ingleses.
Parece un hombre rudo. Le suponía un aspecto más respetable.
Lleva meses en alta mar. Sé indulgente con él.
It's interesting their dialogue still plays even without Edward being near them. The further ones away, I mean. They're just randomly standing there, not saying anything. It's like, who are you? Why are you just standing here with us? And Edward's just like, hey, how's things? Hey there, Hermione. Welcome on in. It's going really good, thank you. Things are going well. How about yourself? Keep in mind that Woodes Rogers, who we're going to meet soon, doesn't know what Duncan actually looks like. His wife told him that he was devilishly handsome, and Woodes Rogers, upon seeing Edward, doesn't think twice, and it's just like, an obvious lie to stoke my jealousy. So he's able to keep the cover of pretending to be Duncan still under wraps. Hermione, your pinned message gives you an unknown video. Oh, the video's not available anymore. I was just watching it earlier today too. That's weird. Thanks for pointing that out, Hermione. It's funny because it's the same... hang on. I must have not copied the whole thing before. Because there's an 8 on the end. Alright, that should work now. Thanks for pointing that out, Hermione. I was just missing the number 8 on the end of that link. Hermione, you don't have your crazy emotes, so Waves will have to do. That's fair enough. There we go.
Good morning, sir. Would I be correct in thinking you are Duncan Walpole?
I am indeed.
I thought as much. Woodes Rogers. A pleasure.
The same.
I must say, my wife has a terrible eye for description.
I'm sorry?
My wife. You met her some years ago at the Percy's Masquerade Ball.
Ah, quite.
She called you devilishly handsome. Obviously a lie to stoke my jealousy. Julianne,
Our guest of honor has arrived, Mr. Duncan Walpole.
All right, before we continue on, so the actor for Woodes Rogers is Sean Dingwall, and he mentioned there that his wife told him that Duncan was devilishly handsome. Obviously a lie to stoke my jealousy. So Edward was lucky there that he didn't stop and think, hang on, if you don't match the description my wife told me about, maybe you're not actually Duncan. But luckily he doesn't think that. He just assumes that his wife was just lying to him. And it makes sense, because if you look at Woodes Rogers' face, I didn't want to stop it in close-up because there was still dialogue happening. But if you actually have a look at his character model on the screen there, you can see some indication of scarring on the side of his face. And in real life, Woodes Rogers apparently had been shot in the face, but they were able to take the bullet out and he was still able to live, but he had that massive big scar. And so they give that to him in the game as well. So him saying to Edward that his wife was lying to stoke his jealousy has like a subconscious sort of element to it where obviously Woodes Rogers on some level would be self-conscious about the scar on his face as well. So that's an interesting other way to look at it too with that dialogue. But so far Edward is lucky that he doesn't question the fact that the description of Duncan relayed to him by his wife doesn't actually match what he's seeing in front of him as well. Stan, you love how they say Duncan Walpole in the Spanish accent? Yeah. Lucinda, ha 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 ha. Hermione just dropped in to say hi. You're off to play in the snow with your son. Enjoy, you guys. No worries at all, Hermione. I hope that you and your son have a great time in the snow. Hope you have a good one. Earlier in a scene, Edward, when he was looking at the body of Duncan and took his outfit, found a hidden blade. And I was saying at the start of the stream that the reason why Edward doesn't hold on to the hidden blade, even though it's damaged, is because he doesn't want to have a damaged weapon. And he throws that away. So keeping that in mind, Edward now turning up pretending to be Duncan in front of the Templars doesn't have the signature weapon of an assassin, which could have easily also been something that made the Templars at this point in the story think to themselves, hang on, an assassin without their hidden blade? That's very suspicious. But they sort of just chalk it up to, you know, whatever, and then Edward's fine. But he didn't keep it in hope of repairing it because he didn't know anything about the assassins and the Templar. So it's not like he looked at the weapon and was like, this is an assassin weapon. No, I don't like the weapon because it's an assassin weapon. He just looked at the weapon and he was like, oh, this is broken, and just threw it away as well. Which is in juxtaposition to Ezio when he gets his father's outfit and his father's hidden blade. Ezio's father's hidden blade is also damaged, but he obviously keeps it. Whereas we have a different context and everything here where Edward finds the broken hidden blade and thinks it's just a useless weapon and just discards it. So now we're up to the point in the story where since he's meeting these Templars, they're going to be talking to him and there's going to be the topic of the hidden blade and all that kind of stuff as to why he's not wearing one and all that kind of stuff. Stan also, fuck off, Rogers. He's a beautiful man. Like, Rogers, what are you talking about? Hey there, Kenway. Welcome on in. I'm doing really good, thank you. How about you?
Ah. Julien Ducasse. I hope your conversion to our order is an honest one. I have no love for assassins, but even less for liars.
I have not come to disappoint.
Up for a bit of sport, Duncan? The old man isn't ready just yet.
You've got my 2 best pairs of matched pistols, Duncan, so handle them with care.
If I had 8, I'd treat each as my own son.
Pull off a few shots if you like. Get a feel for it.
I once fought beside a man who carried 9 on his person. They were a boon in battle, but hindered his ability to swim, sadly.
Quite.
Interesting, they don't say anything if you don't do anything. I was wondering if they were. Stan, I mean, have you seen his tattoos? Ken, well, you're doing good, but work is really tiring these days, is it? Well, hopefully that can change, at least for a little bit. Temporarily, even if it is a temporary thing and stuff. But I'm glad to hear that you're doing good.
Had a good kick, yes?
I long for the day where one firearm carries 4 bullets, and not the opposite.
I have a friend in England you may like to meet, Julian. James Puckle. He's working on something extraordinary.
Magnifique.
All right. Here's a simple challenge. Try to strike every target before this hourglass empties. Remember, hit every target within the allotted time. Yes!
Edward's invincible. Woodes Rogers shot point blank, and Edward was just like, uh-huh. Stan, James Puckle was an English inventor, lawyer, and writer from London, chiefly remembered for his invention of the defense gun, better known as the Puckle gun, a multi-shot gun mounted on a stand capable of firing up to 9 rounds per minute. Yeah, and that's what you can take advantage of in Assassin's Creed Rogue on the ship as well, using the Puckle gun.
Duncan, where are your wrist blades? I've never seen an assassin so ill-equipped.
Damaged, sadly, beyond all repair.
Uh-huh. Have your choice.
Where did you find all these?
I did not find them. I took them. These are souvenirs.
These are souvenirs. There we go. All right. So I was talking about how earlier Edward, when he was searching the body of Duncan Walpole, found a hidden blade on him, but it was damaged. So he just threw it away. And now we get to this point where Julian de Casse notices that he doesn't have his wrist blades, hidden blades, and so he questions that. Luckily, Edward saying that his were damaged beyond repair is believed by Julian de Casse, and so he's like, here, I've got all these hidden blades and stuff that I've taken from assassins that I've killed, and all that kind of stuff. So Edward is now going to be shown how to use the hidden blade, interestingly, in a way that is quite the inverse of what you would expect. Like normally, if you're doing a character that is learning something, the tutorial is from the perspective of someone who's learning to do it. What we have here with Edward is someone that, because he's pretending to be Duncan, who's an assassin, Julian de Casse and Woodes Rogers expecting him, of course, to be able to do the kinds of assassination techniques that assassins are known for. And so Edward is riding a thin line here between the fact that he's not an assassin, but also being skilled enough to be able to actually pull off doing these moves in such a way that makes it look completely natural to him, as so as to make sure that the Templars here don't realize that he didn't even know how to use the hidden blade before. And I think that's very, very curious way to do it as well. I mean, there's a lot of like luck involved here. At any point, as I've been pointing out along the way, all these different things that come into play with the logic of how things progress in this game, with the story and everything. There's so many points where things could have gone wrong for Edward. Ultimately, they do, of course, because they do finally recognize that he's not actually an assassin eventually. But for now, he's still able to put that that mask over his face, so to speak, and pretend to be an assassin, and they don't think anything of it yet. But even before this point, there were also a lot of points where things could have fucked up for him, but they haven't, which was cool. Stan, you never paid attention to this fact before. Conveniently, I have some for you. Yeah, he's like, conveniently. Lucky he does.
Two blades, as is the custom, oui?
Custom, aye.
Duncan, will you indulge us with a demonstration of your techniques?
Well,
We must. We put together a training course in anticipation of your arrival. It would be a shame to leave here without seeing you in action.
Yes, of course. Well, I mean, if there is time, I would gladly, show you what I know.
Here. You see? Situations well suited to your skills.
Have a go. A blade in a crowd is always the simplest. Nothing grandiose, just quick and clean.
Just want to test to see what dialogue might happen if you don't do what you're supposed to do straight away.
Show us another technique.
Quite ingenious to use bales of hay for cover, don't you think? God, that's the spirit. Secrecy. The advantage of surprise cannot be overstated, isn't that so? Especially around a blind corner.
Hang on, why is there an option to continue? What? You're telling me you can completely not have to do all of that if you don't want to? What? I have never actually done that before. Usually I just, do what's required, but that's weird. You can skip this. You don't have to do the whole thing. What the hell? Crooked, hope you have a good rest of the stream, Cindy. I'll catch you next time. No worries, Crooked. Thank you so much for being here, dude. Muchly appreciated. I hope that you have a good one. Would like to highly recommend people check out Crocodile's channel. He's doing an Assassin's Creed series playthrough, playing through all the main entries with a no HUD challenge, and he's also got a no fast travel challenge combined, and he's also got a limited looks at the map challenge aspect as well, where as an hour goes by,
he can actually add a count to look at the map. But once he's actually used all looks at a map, he has to wait until another hour passes before he can actually look at the map again. So a very interesting and unique kind of way to play through the series. Currently playing through Assassin's Creed Revelations, but soon he will be jumping into Assassin's Creed 3 as well as the next game in that series. He's also doing a playthrough of Cyberpunk 2077 as well. Got a lot of funny channel point rewards, a lot of audio sound bites, and also some visual commands and also channel points rewards with Bully Maguire emotes and all this sorts of really cool and funny stuff. So highly recommend checking out Crooked's channel. Great streamer. No worries for the shout out at all. Crooked, thanks for being here, Senny. Stan Lowell, what? It's been 10 years, never done this. Yeah, I've never actually just done that.
Two blades, as is the custom, oui?
Custom, aye.
Duncan, will you indulge us with a demonstration of your techniques?
Well,
We must. We put together a training course in anticipation of your arrival. It would be a shame to leave here without seeing you in action.
Yes, of course. Well, I mean, if there is time, I would gladly, show you what I know.
Here, you see? Situations well suited to your skills.
Have a go. A blade in a crowd is always the simplest. Nothing grandiose, just quick and clean.
Show us another technique.
Quite ingenious to use bales of hay for cover, don't you think? God, that's the spirit. Secrecy. The advantage of surprise cannot be overstated, isn't that so? Especially around a blind corner.
I like to do this glitch version of this. Sometimes it takes a while for it to work. There we go.
God blind me, that's a clever trick.
Your aerial kills have a poetic beauty, despite their conspicuous quality. Would you show us? Magnifique. Is it also possible to deliver a killing blow at high speed?
Mon Dieu, such a powerful strike.
Fascinating.
Coming up next is Edward is going to meet Laureano Torres. But before that, as Edward and Woodes Rogers and Julian de Casa are walking and talking, Edward asks Woodes Rogers whether or not his wife is still in Havana, or is there in Havana. The reason he asks is because now that he knows that someone actually knows what Duncan Walpole looks like. He wants to make sure that if there is someone who still knows what Duncan Walpole looks like, that he can go and stop them from letting other people know that he's not actually Duncan. The fact that Woodes Rogers replies and says, I wouldn't know, I've been away for so many months and all that kind of stuff. So that's another logical step in the progression of Edward pretending to be someone he's not, and another point that could have ended in his cover being blown, but doesn't actually happen, thankfully. And then when he speaks to Torres, Torres doesn't know what Duncan looks like either. So that helps Edward quite a lot as well. Because because Torres in his letter to Duncan says that he doesn't know what Duncan looks like, but he knows what the assassins wear, essentially, is what he says. And so we're about to have Edward meet Torres, and it's another step towards the evolution of Edward's disguise as Duncan, which has carried him thus far quite well, but doesn't remain a permanent thing, though.
The assassins have trained you well, Duncan. You chose a perfect time to leave them behind.
At great risk, I imagine. Betraying the assassins is never good for one's health.
Well, neither is drinking liquor, but I am drawn to its dangers all the same. And what is your business here, sir? Are you an associate of the governor's, or a pending acquaintance like myself?
Guns, blades, cannons, grenados. Anything that may kill a man, I am happy to provide.
A smuggler of sorts.
And how is your wife these days, Captain Rogers? Is she, here, in Havana?
I trust she's well, but I wouldn't know. I've been in Madagascar some 14 months hunting pirates. It took some work to dislodge the criminals there, but we managed it. In future, I hope to use these same tactics throughout the West Indies.
And how did you deal with that kind?
Very simply. Most pirates are as ignorant as apes. I merely offered them a choice. Take a pardon and return to England penniless, but free men, or be hanged by the neck until dead.
Oh. I imagine Nassau would be your next target.
Very astute, Duncan, indeed.
Best of luck with that.
Let's just see if they have any dialogue if we don't go near them. There we go. Edward asks Woodes Rogers if his wife is in Havana, because he wants to make sure that if she is, that he can find some way to prevent her from telling anyone that he's actually not Duncan. But he doesn't have to worry, and so Edward is comfortable in just continuing forward, pretending to be Duncan, and he's about to meet Torres, who's going to talk to him about the glass vial and the intentions that Duncan actually had, which Edward knows nothing about. So Edward again has to ride that fine line of pretending to be someone he's not, while also thinking quickly on his feet about how to respond to certain questions.
Grandmaster Torres, Mr. Duncan Walpole has arrived.
See. You were expected 1 week ago.
Apologies, Governor. My ship was set upon by pirates. We were scuttled. I arrived only yesterday.
Unfortunate. Forgive my caution, but were you able to salvage from these pirates the items you promised me?
Yes, sir, I was.
Alright, so I want to stop it here. Okay, so Torres has been expecting Edward for quite some time. So naturally he's wondering, how come it took you so long? Edward is able to think on his feet quickly, and one of the reasons why he's able to come up with something that is reasonably logical is not only because he's very skilled at coming up with stuff on the fly, but there's also a grain of truth or an element to truth of that. And there was a quote somewhere, I can't remember where I saw it, but it was something along the lines of the best way to tell a lie is to blend it with some kind of truth. And so Edward is telling the truth when he tells the governor that he was waylaid by pirates and that, things happened, the ship was scuttled, that kind of stuff, which is true, but obviously he's still lying by not admitting that he's actually not Duncan as well. And the information that the Templars want and the objects that they want is the very thing that Duncan was going to give them. So it's a good thing that Edward was able to retrieve that initially from Duncan's body at all and not just throw it away like he did the broken hidden blade, but actually kept it. And in the second instance, it's good that he was able to get that back after it had been taken away from him to make sure that he still had it, so that when he came here to meet Torres, he didn't turn up empty-handed. Because if he didn't turn up with at least the vial, the cube, and the other information, that really would have made them straight away go, hang on, But thankfully, that didn't happen. So now he's handing over the blood vial as well. And it's a special device, and they will talk more about it later, of course. But it's basically someone's blood inside a vial. And when that glass vial is put into the observatory device, what it allows people to do is see through the eyes of the person whose blood is in that vial. But they can also hear what the person is hearing as well. So it's basically an ancient form of what we would now know as surveillance software, or, surveillance cameras and all that kind of stuff. So that's what he's giving Torres right here, is that glass cube with the blood in it.
Increíble. The assassins have more resources than I had imagined, but not nearly enough to deter us. It is a pleasure to meet you at last, Duncan. You are most welcome. Come, gentlemen. We have much to discuss. Convened at last, and in such continental company. England, France, Spain, citizens of sad and corrupted empires. But you are Templars now, the secret and true legislatures of the world. Please, hold out your hands. Mark and remember our purpose. To guide all wayward souls till they've reached the quiet road. To guide all wayward desire till impassioned hearts are cooled. To guide all wayward minds to safe and sober thought.
I wanted to pause it there to talk about what Torres is actually doing, and there's a bit of a really cool thing too. Okay, so Torres is giving each of these newly inducted Templars a ring, which is the Templar way of basically initiating you and saying, hey, you're officially now one of us. Whereas the assassins, it was the removal of the ring finger or a branding of the ring finger and that kind of stuff. The bits of dialogue that Torres is saying actually gets referenced in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, so I thought that was quite cool, that this dialogue he's saying to these characters, including Edward, was actually referenced in a later game. But what he's saying to Edward specifically, and the reason why I love what they've done here, is that if you look at the dialogue and what it actually says, to guide all wayward minds to safe and sober thought. If you look at Edward as a character, and him being a pirate, and Edward wanting to live a life of a fantasy in his head where he becomes a man of quality and riches and is very rich in, monetary way, but also, has power and influence and all that kind of stuff. and his mind is kind of wayward. So to guide all wayward minds to safe and sober thought, when you think about it, Edward being a pirate, his mind obviously isn't always, sober. And the things that he thinks to do are not always safe as well. And so Edward, in being a pirate, is a very kind of like erratic kind of character because he's living life the way that he wants to, the way that he sees fit, which, goes against some of the rules of, society and all that kind of stuff. So he's living on the fringe of society in a way, and he's pretty wayward in that respect and all that kind of stuff. So there's an irony in the fact that when Torres is handing Edward the ring, and at the time saying to guide all wayward minds to safe and sober thought, it's a very good connection to how Edward is as a character. And ironically too, even though the Templars are obviously what you would consider villains, and they're giving him a ring and saying these things and all that kind of stuff, ultimately it's also foreshadowing the path that Edward takes. But instead of becoming a Templar, he becomes an assassin instead. And his mind stops being wayward, and he has more safe and sober thoughts about things once he becomes an assassin. And we see a bit of that maturity as well later on in the story. And so, ironically, Edward does live up to, I guess, the saying, or whatever you want to call, to guide all wayward minds to safe and sober thought. He achieves that, except not going towards the Templar side, but instead the assassin side. So I love that irony, and I love that foreshadowing, and I think it is a really, really clever thing to do. And that's what I love in a lot of movies and video games and series as well. These little details, and sometimes they're things that you can't know until you've experienced it before, and then you look back or play through it again, and then you're like, and make these connections and things like that. But it makes replayability a big thing, and that's why I like to come back to this game a lot, is because there's so many juicy little details that you can actually analyze and have a look at. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to save this phase of exploring the story in this way until the final phase of celebrating this game's 10th anniversary, instead of doing it earlier or the first thing. And as I've gone through the game in different playthroughs, not just the phases for its 10th anniversary, but for annual playthroughs over the years, I've obviously, did commentary while going through this game about stuff. So some of this stuff I've said in previous playthroughs countless times and all that kind of stuff. But to actually stop a cutscene like this is something that I'm able to do because I'm playing on the PlayStation 5. And so I'm able to press the button that goes into screenshot mode to actually freeze the cutscene without it going to a different screen, which is coming in real handy because I can have the actual image of the character there frozen along with the text of the dialogue in case I'm also talking about the dialogue, and sometimes expressions. There's been some expressions of characters I wish I would have been able to get the timing right, but it's not an instant thing. When I press the button on the controller to go into screenshot mode, it doesn't instantly do it. There's a little bit of a delay. So I've got to try and think ahead of when I would normally press the timing, a little bit of a delay, and keep that in mind. So sometimes I haven't been able to stop the screen on a very poignant or a certain facial expression. Like with Steve Bonnet earlier, there was a facial expression that I really love, and I was hoping to get the timing right to freeze frame it, but I actually didn't get the timing right, unfortunately. Lucinda, Tech. Hey there, Tech. Welcome back. I hope you had a good rest. Lucinda, okay, Rod, it's time for you to go run your errands. We'll be back if you're still on when we get back. No trouble at all, Lucinda. I really hope that everything goes well for you today. I hope that you and Necro have a really good one. Thank you so much for being here. Muchly appreciated. Would definitely like to recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. Playing through the Assassin's Creed series for the first time, with the exception of AC3. Had already played that years ago. So all the other games have been first-time playthroughs. Most recently finished Origins and is now playing through Odyssey. Will also be playing through Valhalla and Mirage as well afterwards. He's also a fan of the Dishonored series and also a fan of horror games, especially the Resident Evil franchise. does annual playthroughs of those games in that series, and also does a lot of different other playthroughs throughout the year with that series as well, and is also a fan of horror stuff like The Last of Us and Evil Within as well. Thank you so much, Lucinda, for being here. No worries at all for the shout out. I hope you have a great one. And I don't know how much longer I'll be streaming for, but if I don't see you in this stream, I'll definitely see you around Twitch somewhere. So thanks again for being here. I hope you have a good one. And if I'm still streaming when you get back, I'll see you when you get back. Indeed, that's it. Yeah, it's kind of funny because it's like, channel hopping between, the people that we follow and support and all that kind of stuff. It's sort of like, if I don't see you in this stream, I'll see you in someone else's stream. Tech hours you got were short, however you're suspiciously rested. Perhaps a nap later? Oh, really? That's interesting how that works out. You would think that with short amount of sleep hours that you wouldn't be rested after that. But hopefully you can get to a point that you're not going to be, like overly tired later or something like that. To guide or wayward minds to safe and sober thought. Edward will definitely reach that point eventually, but not yet at the moment. And so we're going to continue on and see the rest of this scene with the rings being given out to the Templars being inducted. Woodes Rogers, Julian Ducasse, and now Edward. Obviously, Edward has only learnt about the Templars now, and this is just something to do as part of his cover as Duncan. He doesn't necessarily have an opinion on the Templars yet, or even the Assassins at all. All he knows is that he has to just, keep up the ruse of being Duncan as much as he can, and that part of that is not questioning what's going on or anything like that, because it would be highly suspicious if he was like, hang on, what are these rings, and all this kind of stuff.
By the Father of Understanding's light, let our work now begin. Decades ago, the Council entrusted me with the task of locating in these West Indies a forgotten place our precursors once called the Observatory. See here. Look upon these images and commit them to memory. They tell a very old and important story. For 2 decades now, I have endeavored to locate this observatory, a place rumored to contain a tool of incredible utility and power. It houses a kind of armillary sphere, if you like. A device that would grant us the power to locate and monitor every man and woman on Earth, whatever their location. Only imagine what it would mean to have such a power. With this device, there would be no secrets among men, no lies, no trickery. Only justice, pure justice. This is the Observatory's promise, and we must take it for our own.
Do we know its whereabouts?
We will soon. For in our custody is the one man who does, a man named Roberts, once called a sage.
It has been 45 years since anyone has seen a true sage. Can you be sure this one is authentic?
We are confident he is.
The assassins will come for him.
Indeed they will. But thanks to Duncan and the information he has delivered, the assassins won't be a problem for much longer. All will be made clear tomorrow, gentlemen, when you meet the sage for yourselves. Until then, let us drink. Let us find the observatory together. For with its power, kings will fall, clergy will cower, and the hearts and minds of the world will be ours.
Okay, a few things. When Edward was being given the ring, there was something that I didn't really notice before, and it seems like Edward was expecting that after being given the ring, that Torres would follow that up with a handshake, because it seems like Edward leaves his hand there to be shaken, or for him to go to shake Torres's hand, but that doesn't happen, and he sort of looks strangely a bit, and then he puts his hand back down. I wonder if that's actually what that's supposed to imply, or maybe I'm just reading too much into it. But that was something that I just noticed, but I wasn't able to catch it and talk about it at the time that it happened. And then we see that Edward, while they're talking, before he goes over there with his cup to actually give a toast, he actually grabs and steals that stuff there. So he's very much still thinking, what can I get out of these schmucks and all that kind of stuff. So he's just like, I'll take that. And Torres was talking about how they have the stuff that Duncan delivered, and this is really a turning point in the battle between the Assassins and the Templars in this region of the world. Later on, Mary Read basically says to Edward that it used to be like before you came along, it was them chasing us, meaning the Templars were behind and they were going after the Assassins to try and get ahead. But now it's the other way around, because Duncan and his mission has been achieved, albeit by Edward instead, who did it not because he's got any allegiance to the Assassins or the Templars, but simply because it was the way to try and get money by pretending to be Duncan and all that kind of stuff. But these are sowing the seeds for what is ultimately going to cause a lot of damage for the Assassins, which is going to take years and years for them to recover from. That at the moment Edward is oblivious to, and then later is uncaring about, but then even later actually finally realizes what is actually fucked up. And that's a great sort of like trajectory that his character arc goes on. Sorry, Etone, for the wait to do the impression. Thank you for redeeming that, Etone. I hope that things are going well.
Ah, as a member of the League of Shadows, I admire what the Hidden Ones have been able to influence. Although our paths may be parallel, they still are different paths. Stay out of my way, assassin.
Nice one, Etone. Bane versus the Assassins. Crossover story imminent. Thank you for redeeming that, Etone. I hope things are going well. Tech no trickery gets robbed. That's it. No trickery here. And Edward's like, fuck that. I'll do some trickery. Absolution. Thank you so very much for the raid. Thank you very, very much. How's things going? Oh, nice. You're playing Tomb Raider 2013, the definitive edition. Nice. So is that a first playthrough or a replay? What type of playthrough are you doing? Howdy do, indeed. Doing really well, Absolution. Things are going good. Doing this story-focused playthrough now. The final phase for celebrating the game's 10th anniversary. And it's going well. Edward is still pretending to be Duncan, an assassin who has betrayed the Assassins and wants to become a Templar, but he died before he got to finish it. However, Edward has finished off his mission, and we're just at the point now where Edward is going to go and complain to Stede Bonnet about the measly amount of money that he was given just now. So it's the first playthrough of that game. Nice. Excellent. Yeah, that's a really good game, that one. I hope you're enjoying it. There's so much to it as well. Like, there's a lot of really good journal entries you can find and documents that talk about the history of the island and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, it's really, really cool game.
Rest well, Duncan. Tomorrow the treasure fleet arrives, and with it, your reward. After which we will discuss further schemes.
I look forward to it.
Excelente. Meet me down at the docks first thing tomorrow morning.
Governor Torres requests your presence at the docks near the Castillo. First thing tomorrow morning.
Por el bien de la moral del ejército británico y nuestros traseros, tendrían que materializar.
Absolution, yeah. You know it's going to be a pain in the neck for trophy hunting. Oh, yeah. I think there's also some multiplayer achievements / trophies for that game too. I don't know if the server that they use is still up and running or not. Torres mentioned the treasure fleet. It's going to be turning up in Havana tomorrow. And the timing will end up being just so So, right. Actually, no, he's not going to complain to Steed yet about the pay. Sorry, that's after we do the next memory. I was getting ahead of myself.
¿Estará mal de la cabeza?
Something I need to check as well is the database entries, because there would be one for Torres.
Calma mi alma, y yo calmaré tu furia.
Oh, thank you, Absolution. I definitely will. Catch you next time. Thank you so much again for the raid. And I'm glad that you're playing through that Tomb Raider game. Be interesting to see what you think about it overall once you're finished. I definitely will have fun, Absolution. Catch you next time. Okay, so El Tiburon. El Tiburon, born and died unknown. Almost nothing is known about El Tiburon, the shark, outside what we have seen from his limited intersections with the life of Edward Kenway. His unwavering loyalty to his employer, Laureano Torres, could possibly indicate some familial connection, but there is no benefit to speculations of this sort. If we have any interest in learning more about this silent sentinel, our best bet would be to locate a descendant of Torres himself and work our way back through the governor's life until we find a useful convergence. But apart from this, I doubt we'll have much luck. Thanks for leaving the lurk, Absolution. Julian Ducasse, born 1682, died not yet. Nephew of the buccaneer Jean Ducasse, Julian was born in Montpellier, France. He took after his uncle's example and took to sea at a young age, eventually joining him in a few skirmishes during the War for Spanish Succession. Fighting on the side of the French and by proxy on behalf of King Philip of Spain, Ducasse's skill as a gunner improved rapidly, even as he grew wildly disillusioned with the monarchy and its obsession with lineage and breeding over raw talent and skill. In 1704, ordered by his superior officers to join his uncle and hundreds of French troops in what would become known as the Battle of Velez-Malaga, Ducasse opted instead to desert his post and seek his fortunes in the New World. At first he threw in with slave traders in Africa, and for a year made a modest profit off the venture, but he was never comfortable with the cruelty and detachment the job required, and so departed for the West Indies in search of yet another vocation. For the next 10 years, Ducasse roamed the West Indies as a hired gun, working for whomever had the coin and confidence to pay him, ever prizing the value of intelligence and skill over mere reputation and breeding. Ducasse eventually found his way into the company of Laureano Torres of Cuba, in whom he found a friend and confidant. Stan, El Tiburon is such a mighty name, though. It is, yeah, it definitely has that sound to it as well. Interesting character. There was a cut part of the game where you actually had a fight with him earlier in the story, and get your ass handed to you, obviously, because the story demands it, but they ultimately ended up cutting that out. But they still kept in later the dialogue of Edward talking about that encounter. Laureano Torres y Ayala. Born 1645 in Cuba, died not yet. Born in Havana but raised in Madrid, Spain, Laureano was of noble stock, the son of Tomas Torres y Ayala and Elvira de Quadros Castellanos. He joined the Spanish army in his late teens and was later appointed as the governor of Spain's territories in Florida, a post he held from 1693 to 1699. He then returned to Europe to participate in the Spanish War of Succession. In 1708 he was appointed as the governor of Cuba, a post he held for 3 years until he was accused of and arrested for corruption. He was acquitted of these charges, however, and managed to win a re-election bid in 1713. During his time in Cuba, he made many lasting improvements to the city, fortifying the island's defences and kick-started the production of tobacco there. He remained governor until 1716, after which point he retired and devoted his life to charitable functions such as building hospitals. Note, hard guy to hate with all these charitable outlets, hard guy to like for the same reason. Dull, dull, dull. Let's dig a little deeper on this guy. Maybe he has a secret fetish or mania. RL. Okay, and Woodes Rogers. Woodes Rogers, born 1679 in England, died not yet. Woodes Rogers was born into money to a seafaring family with deep roots in both Poole and Bristol, England. His early life was a picture of industriousness and ambition, and by the age of 18 he was an apprentice mariner. Upon his father's death at sea in 1706, Woodes Rogers inherited his family's prosperous shipping company, which he took to managing with great passion. Between 1704 and 1707, Rogers' fortunes and family grew, and by the time he was 27, his marriage to Sarah Whetstone had produced one son and 2 daughters. By the end of 1707, however, his business had suffered great losses by raiding French forces, giving Rogers the idea to recoup these dreadful losses himself. Knocking about Bristol in search of a partner for this endeavour, he soon found himself in the company of William Dampier, an old friend and unlucky captain who suggested setting out on a privateering expedition, one that would range far and wide about the New World. In 1708, Rogers made the necessary arrangements and set out as captain of his own vessel, on a difficult voyage that would last over 3 years. Along his course, Rogers met with many successes and failures. In 1709, of the western coast of South America, he found and rescued a marooned sailor by the name of Alexander Selkirk, a sailor who had spent nearly 4 years living in isolation and who would serve as the inspiration for the book Robinson Crusoe just a few years later. Soon after Selkirk's recovery, Rogers' fleet engaged an enemy vessel in open combat, a skirmish that earned him a pistol shot to the left side of his face and a mangled heel. Neither wound was enough to remove him from command, however, and he continued serving as captain until his return to England in late 1711. To commemorate this return, he had an operation to remove the offending bullet from his upper palate. This guy is incredible. Can we make an entire film about him? Olivier Garneau. Now in poor health but high spirits, Woodes set about writing his memoirs. Upon their publication a few years, they were an immediate success and proved a great source of income. But this brief glory was offset by the sudden death of his son, a tragedy compounded some months later by his wife's decision to leave him. Also at this time, Rogers was sued by former shipmates for allegedly hoarding goods and money plundered from enemy vessels. Rogers assembled a defence but lost the case. In 1713, itching to return to sea, he organised passage to Madagascar, claiming to be a merchant in the slave trade, but with the intended purpose of reconnoitring the rumoured pirate colonies established there. When he arrived in Madagascar after months of hard sailing, he found that the legend of the pirate town Libertalia had been exaggerated 100-fold. The pirates in Madagascar were sickly and few desperate for help. After spending just a few months here, Rogers set sail for England, a failure in his own mind. And yet, never one to give up hope, Woodes Rogers reoriented his attentions to the West Indies, eventually lobbying King George for a commission to hunt pirates in the Caribbean. On this score, he succeeded. After a few diligent years of making his case, King George appointed Woodes Rogers as the governor of the Bahamas. Now at last he would make his mark and bring justice to a land where chaos had taken root. Alright, so that's those characters covered for now. Alright, so we're still in sequence 2. There's 3 memories left, but my voice is getting fucked. So what I'm going to do is actually call it a stream here. So the next stream will be next Saturday for Black Flag. We're going to go and raid Crocodiles, who's playing some Assassin's Creed Revelations. Let's quit to the main menu. The next stream you'll see from me will be Disco Elysium. I'm looking to try and finish that game. So the schedule that is currently this will be in fluctuation throughout the week coming up. So Monday is Disco Elysium. Tuesday is Tomb Raider Underworld. Wednesday and Thursday I've put Disco Elysium again, because I'm not yet sure if I'm going to be finishing the game on Monday. So I thought I'd put those as other Disco Elysium days, just in case I need more days for that playthrough. However, if I do finish Disco Elysium on Monday, the Wednesday and Thursday game will change. However, I don't know yet if I'm going to make Wednesday and Thursday, if I finish Disco Elysium that is, if I'm going to make it a different game, or if I'm going to make it another stream day for Tomb Raider Underworld 15th anniversary, which I may actually do because there's not much time left in the year, and playing the game one stream a week, and given what I have left of the playthrough, I'm finishing off phase 2 of that playthrough of Underworld by getting all the treasures. Then the third phase is music only. I might end up deciding to make Wednesday and Thursday Tomb Raider Underworld to finish off all phases, which would then mean that Friday would become Tomb Raider 2013 to do the no upgrades and bow only combined challenge. So for now, all I'll say is that Monday is Disco Elysium, Tuesday is Tomb Raider Underworld, and Wednesday could either be Disco Elysium, Tomb Raider Underworld, or something different. Next Saturday, Assassin's Creed Liberation is finished. I need to update that because it's now most likely Sunday in the majority of places around the world. So I need to edit that so that it says Saturday and Sunday Black Flag. So next weekend will be Assassin's Creed Black Flag, Saturday and Sunday. I'll just change that schedule after this stream is finished to reflect the fact that next Saturday will be Black Flag. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. Here's a general raid. Hang on. There's a general raid message that people can feel free to use. Here is one with some free follower emotes included. And there's one for subscribers to use. And we'll see how Crooked is doing with Assassin's Creed Revelations. He's doing a no HUD challenge combined with a no fast travel challenge combined with a limited look at the map per hour challenge as well. Thank you everyone for watching. I really do appreciate it. I would have gone on for a bit longer, but my voice is getting to the point where it's very difficult to talk. It's not pain or anything like that. It's just I can feel my voice getting more croaky and croaky. So I wanted to just stop the stream here. Thanks again, everyone, for watching. Hope you have a good one.